when we even needed it most. So we do two things. First phase was to do some emergency repairs to enable the communities that were supposed to use the bridge use it. Then we also procure the contractor, and the contractor is on site. It is true that the speed may not be to our expectation, but I want to suggest that we will send a team of technical people to make an assessment so that they can advise us if there is anything that we can do to catalyze the process.
Thank you. Commissioner, procedure?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise under Rule 7084, and I raise a procedure matter. Right, Honorable Speaker, as the Honorable Minister is responding to issues of Katonga, I expected the Minister to bring on board several other areas, like, for example, right, Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, the Kayunga Bridge, as we are coming from Eastern Uganda, Kayunga Bridge is almost sinking in. Vehicles have been blocked. The big vehicles cannot now use the Kayunga Bridge. And if that bridge goes down, we are going to be completely stuck. So the procedure matter I was raising, wouldn't it be procedure right for you, right, Honorable Speaker, to direct the Minister of Works to come up with a comprehensive report that will cover those critical areas in the whole country?
Now, honorable colleagues, procedure, point of procedure, it means there is something not going in the right way in terms of the houses being conducted. Okay? These are not procedure matters. Huh? Okay?
Thank you, Right Honorable. It's an additional procedure because in this House, Right Honorable, we've raised issues on bridges that got swept away in many parts of the country. And the Minister of Works has given the same commitment. We are here, we are witnesses. Everyone, almost everyone has raised an issue of a bridge going down, a road which has not been worked on for 1 year, 2 years. Even at one time, the speaker sent me with him to go and see the bridge. We went to see the bridge today. The bridge is still the same. The procedure is, do we trust this commitment?
Thank you. Now, honorable colleague, I was telling the House that the point raised by Honorable Serwani is not even a point of procedure. Then you built on it. They told you the foundation was wrong. You said, I want to add on another layer, another level. Eh? Okay? But anyway, putting that aside, honorable colleagues, if you can remember, we told the Minister of Works to go and prepare and bring a statement on the preparedness of the ministry to handle emergencies in these rainy seasons. Okay? I think this was around 2 weeks ago when we brought it. So, Honorable Minister, I can give you next week. Next week, bring a statement so that we touch the whole country. Otherwise, I'm receiving very many issues to do with that. We touch the whole country at once, and we see how best you can be supported.
I'll be very happy to do that, Right Honorable Speaker. But just for the record, I went with the Honorable Napak with other colleagues, so we are not only two. But
Thank you.
just for
Thank you. Colleagues, please. The public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers of St. John Nursery and Primary School from Wakiso District, represented by Honorable Medad Segona and Honorable Naruma Betty. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Honorable Pascal Menya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on Sunday, the 22nd of October, 2023, ABCD Primary School, which is in Pade District, suffered a very heavy rainstorm, which ended up collapsing many classroom blocks, building, and also breaking the legs of 3 primary pupils who have been rushed to Lacho Hospital for medical support. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak right now, school is ongoing. Our children are not having where to continue with their studies. They're under trees. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the Minister of Disaster Preparedness should liaise with the Minister of Health, one, to give adequate support, medical support to these pupils who have been rushed to Lacho in very critical health condition. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is the Minister of Disaster Preparedness should immediately support ABCD Primary School with iron sheet and ensure that the school is reinstated. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to...
Order, Honorable colleagues, order.
Yeah, I want to say that it is bad. Sorry for our children to go through such a state whereby they have injuries and they have to be treated. This one, I'll call the Ministry of Health to liaise to see how we can help them. And then the Ministry of Disaster, I'm going to call them together with the school management, if we can get that report, to see how we can come to their rescue of maintaining the building. I thank you.
Right, Honor, whenever you're talking about ministry, you should add on preparedness. You know, disaster alone is... Honorable Tom Aza.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and my dear colleagues. I rise on a matter of national importance, and the issue is about ferry operations in Moi district, in Laropi sub-county, across River Nile. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday evening, 22nd October 2023, around 7:50 p.m., hundreds of passengers using Moyo Adjumani route via River Nile were left stranded after a fuel tanker failed to disembark from Laropi Ferry at Laropi landing site in Moi district. This is because the ferry uses only one engine. And Right Honorable Speaker, you remember just 1 month ago, the ferry was serviced, the engines were serviced, and as I talk now, there's only one engine that is working. Apart from that, passengers were advised to use the longer route via Obongi as a temporary alternative route. Others have opted to using local boats, which are also risky. Our prayers, Mr. Speaker. Can the ministry replace or service the 3 remaining engines which got spoiled? And secondly, Honorable Minister, please, can we fast track the bridge construction process across the Nile at Laropi in Moi district? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Works. Thank you, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, indeed the ferry of Laropi had been serviced, and to the best of my understanding, we had thought it is functioning very normally. It is unfortunate that the teams, the marine units that are handling it there could have had a collapsed engine, but did not communicate to the headquarters. I want to beg that the House allows me to inform the department responsible for supervising so that this is rectified. As for the bridge across the river, we are at very advanced stages of working on that river, on that bridge, so that once that is concluded, then we shall relocate that ferry elsewhere. So we are very advanced stages.
Thank you. Honorable Kwizera Wagahungu.
No, Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable members, the government has a policy in education where every sub-county should have a government-aided secondary school. And the Constitution of Uganda, Article 21, says all citizens are equal. In Uchimbiri County, we have 7 sub-counties, but 4 of the sub-counties don't have government-aided schools. So I think that is in a violation of both the Constitution and people's rights. My prayer is that the government should come out to inform us how they are going to solve that problem. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think colleagues, we are all aware that we've been getting new districts and new sub-counties. So we have those districts that had just been created, whereby we have to put in our budget to say that they are also allocated schools, government-aided schools, and sometimes seed schools. So have to liaise with the Ministry of Education to see their program on those districts or sub-counties that are still new and those that are supposed to get the government-aided schools. But I know it is a policy and every sub-county is supposed to get to be with that school.
Honorable Wakori, rarely are you? Yeah, please, Honorable Wakori.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Wakoli and I represent the people of Utilu. This is a very important house and this must be a factual house. When the Prime Minister comes on the floor of Parliament and he answers, she answers to what the Honorable colleague has just put across, with running away from the fact saying that some districts were just created yesterday. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from Manafa, and Manafa, I think, was created in the year 2005. Where I come from, Right Honorable Speaker, in Butilu constituency, I have 2 sub-counties without a primary, without a secondary, and about 7 sub-counties without health center 2s or health center 3s. Yet it is government policy in regards to health that every sub-county must have a health center 3 and every constituency must have a health center 4. Is it in order, Right Honorable Speaker, for the Right Honorable Prime Minister to come here and blush and run away from the question put across by the member with just saying that some of the districts were just created yesterday? I think we need to be factual. You need to tell the country that as government, we have policies, but these policies, perhaps we do not have money to implement what the policies say, other than coming and saying districts were created yesterday. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, Right Honorable. Yes, I think you've concluded very well, because these policy positions, they need to be financed. Okay, the pace might not be that quick, but we know here when we are appropriating, we know we have sub-counties without electricity, please, sub-counties without water, sub-counties without a health center, sub-counties without schools, and we keep doing each financial year. Okay, so Committee on Education, please take up that, and when you're addressing issues to do with the sector, you follow up on the matter. Colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students from the African Leadership University, Kigali, Republic of Rwanda. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Honorable Nyandoha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise on a matter concerning the Masindi-Bissa Road 50-kilometer section, which has taken more than 4 years to be completed. As we speak currently, there's a section at kilometer 14 to kilometer 23, which goes through Kavango Town Council. It's very impassable, and it has affected business between Masindi and Bissa. On the same road, which is 50 kilometers, 10% of the section has not been acquired in terms of right of way, and it's going to extend the construction of the road. At the same time, this delay may cause us losses as a government in terms of expenses occurred as a result of the delayment of the project. Currently, the work is at a near standstill, as workers on that road have almost laid down their tools. And here are my prayers that the government, Ministry of Works, with its agency UNRA, undertake to expedite the completion of the road and attend urgently that section that goes through Kavango Town Council, which has caused business to a standstill. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable, I have just been with the committee, the Parliamentary Committee of Infrastructure, and my attention was drawn to the number of roads that where work is ongoing, and again, the speed may not be to the expectation of the members. I have directed UNRA to give me a summary of all those roads, but unfortunately, this one was not captured. I am happy that now it has been raised here. It should be included. So UNRA briefs us about the scope of work, the progress of work, and the challenges they're encountering so that we can see how to address them.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, in the VIP gallery, we have Honorable Adong Lidi, former woman member of parliament in the 9th and 10th parliament, who represented Noya district. Honorable Adong Lidi has just completed her clerkship, LDC clerkship at parliament. So you can see, honorable colleagues, when you don't make it to the next parliament, once you're well prepared, you move on strategically. So she has just completed, and I want to congratulate her. Yes, thank you. Now, colleagues, I can see we have 34 matters which you are raising. And now my rule is simple. The moment we reach 3 p.m., we move to the order paper. Then on every Thursday, we shall be invoking Rule 26, Rule 4 of our Rules of Procedure, where we give you 2 hours to address your matters. So next item.
Item number 3, bills first reading.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 128 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Animal Feeds Bill 2023 be read for the first time. And I beg, Honourable Speaker, in accordance with the Section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 118 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay on table a certificate of financial implications for the Animal Feeds Bill 2023. So both the bill I lay on table and the certificate of financial implications I beg to submit.
Thank you.
The Animal Feeds Bill 2023.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay. I can see. Wait a second. No. Thank you. Government Chief Whip Mushemeza Museveni Serwanyi Kutesa. Thank you.
Item number 4, statement by ministers.
No, that's wait, clerk. The bill is referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries for consideration and report back within 45 days in accordance with Rule 129 of our Rules of Procedure. Next.
Item number 4, statement by ministers. Item 4.1 on the commemoration of the World Food Day.
Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, Uganda joined the rest of the world to commemorate the 43rd World Food Day on 16th October 2023. This year's event was celebrated at the National Coffee Research Institute in Kituza, Mukono, under the theme, Water is Life, Water is Food, Leave No One Behind. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as you may be aware, every 16th day of October of every year, the global community joins together to celebrate the World Food Day, calling on everyone, government, academia, civil society, private sector, and individuals from the various sectors of society to rally against hunger and build sustainable food security. The event raises awareness and action of those who suffer from hunger and for the need to ensure food and nutrition security for all. World Food Day also coincides with the founding of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, which is one of our key partners. This year's event and theme, Right Honorable Speaker and members, was celebrated under the theme, Water is Life, Water is Food, Leave No One Behind, recognizing that water is essential for life on Earth. Water makes up over 50% of our bodies and covers about 71% of the Earth's surface. However, only about 2.5% of the water is fresh and suitable for drinking, agriculture, and most industrial uses. While fresh water remains a critical driving force for people, for economies and nature, and the foundation of our food, like any other resource, it's not infinite. With the increasing population and human activity as well as climate changes, water resources are increasingly under stress. It is no wonder that over 2.4 billion of the global population is living in water-stressed areas. It is for this reason, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that the Ministry of Agriculture is promoting climate-smart sustainable agriculture by placing emphasis on optimal use of water resources. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you are aware that water is integral to our production processes, and this is also mirrored in the Ministry of Agriculture efforts to increase on-farm water access to as many water-stressed areas as possible so that our people are not solely dependent on rain-fed agriculture. National celebrations and how they went. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as earlier highlighted, national celebrations were held on the 16th of October at the National Coffee Research Institute at Kituza Mukono. The main event was preceded by a number of activities, including the coffee night, recognizing the importance of coffee to Uganda and aimed at promoting the coffee drinking culture among Ugandans. Before we look to external markets for our coffee, we need to boost a sustainable domestic market. The Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries was joined by a number of key partners, stakeholders, including the European Union, the Food and Agriculture Organization, World Food Programme. We also had colleague members of Parliament led by the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture and MAIF agencies, especially NARO, that was the host, and UCDA. A number of exhibitions were organized showcasing research and value-added products like coffee, cocoa, rice, millet, sweet potatoes, as well as simple machinery. I commissioned on behalf of the Vice President a multipurpose coffee and cocoa laboratory funded by government of Uganda at a cost of 5 billion at Kituza to provide permanent solutions to pests and diseases, as well as other constraints affecting production and productivity of the two crops. Major highlight of the day, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on the same day, we witnessed the release of new crop varieties successfully developed by our NARO scientists. I call this a major highlight because it's usually a great breakthrough for researchers. Just like it's only joy and happiness to a mother who delivers a healthy bouncing baby after 9 months of pregnancy, so it is for a researcher who spends a lot of time with countless hours in the lab, in the fields, and in trials, incubating, grafting, and testing a new crop variety. When such a variety is eventually tested and passes all the protocols as set by the National Variety Release Committee, which eventually gives it a permit for release, it becomes a great scientific milestone registered. This is always a great scientific breakthrough for researchers, for farmers, and the entire country. In line with this, NARO's focus is on producing climate-smart and resilient area maturing crop seed varieties. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is these varieties that will sustain our food systems. The newly released varieties are two maize varieties, i.e. narrow maize 63 PVA, an orange maize breed rich in vitamin A, and narrow maize 64 STR with inherent characteristics of trigger resistance. Two sweet potato varieties, i.e. narrow spot 6 and narrow spot 7. These have orange fresh, rich in vitamin A, and are suitable for food and confectionery industries, bread and cake making, and will reduce on wheat usage. And they can do import substitution. A new rice variety, Right Honorable Speaker, was developed under code KF20039, which is aromatic and adaptable in lowland areas. Lab pasture variety was released as a narrow Lab 1 with a high protein content and is expected to reduce on the ratio and or replace soybean that has been dependent on as the main ingredient of livestock feed, yet very expensive, and has high competition for use as food for humans. But Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me to inform you that our agricultural research scientists under NARO are doing great innovations. They have developed products and prototypes that, if funded and fully commercialized, will solve the bottlenecks of different enterprises and their value chain stages. The Committee of Agriculture has visited some of the NARO stations and have been impressed with phenomenal innovations. I take this opportunity to invite the leadership of Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, and all members to plan with us these NARO stations so that you can see, you can believe, and support us in making a strong case for funding NARO. From policymakers to researchers to multipliers to off-takers to distributors to retailers and farmers who produce the various foods we consume, we each have a role to play in ensuring not only adequate but safe food for all. Together we can build sustainable food, feed, and nutrition security. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, and I beg to submit. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'll allow a 30 minutes debate for this. And I'll start with Honorable Mshemeza, Honorable Muzare, Honorable Abel, Bungoko, and then our champion, Nachon, and Herbert. Then I come here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his statement. I have observed that when we are discussing issues of rights, the tendency is to concentrate on civil and political rights and ignore socioeconomic rights, yet they are very important. The Minister's statement this afternoon touches on socioeconomic rights, and the issue of food security attracts me, and particularly water. Water is life. Mr. Speaker, in Shema South, we are now engaged in producing liquid organic manure as an alternative or a supplement to the manures that are on the market like NPK. I want to invite my youth scientists through the minister to visit us in Shema South and study our experiment, which we think are working, that is going to enable PDM, because most of the soils in Uganda are tired. Look around, soils are tired. I welcome the idea of new varieties of seeds, but these seeds are not going to work if we don't address the issue of soil fertility. And we can address this without importing manure by making our own liquid organic manure. So I invited the scientists from MAIF to come and study our situation. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to address this important matter of food security and of socioeconomic rights.
Thank you. Honorable Muzare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the statement. Honorable Minister, in the financial year 2020 to 2023, in the budget, there was money. And as Kamuli district, we received 6 billion. But because there was an element of contribution of 25%, half of the money came back to the center. So our appeal is that the 25% is high. We reduce it because irrigating our crops is very important, and yet our people cannot afford it. Second, Honorable Minister, as you talk about water, you realize that most of our schools, the population is high, and most of these schools share with the communities boreholes. And it's becoming a little bit a problem because you find that the communities are also big, sharing the same borehole. Yet we can do, we can put tanks on these schools, do water harvest, and save a lot of money and time and the burden for students to go out of schools premises to fetch water. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Babe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the Minister for the report. To begin on a note discussing the issue of the water, how I wish the Minister for Water was in the House. MPs are exhausted with repairing boreholes in our constituencies. What is the ministry doing to ensure that these boreholes are maintained? What plans do we have for constructions of new boreholes? If we are going the pipe water way, when are we covering these other areas that we have not yet reached? Otherwise, we are using money from our pockets to repair boreholes. Maybe there should be a budget we can allocate within the ministry to assist. Secondly, on issues of seeds, I am very happy and proud about the interventions by the researchers. Indeed, we would embrace developing these seeds. But Honorable Minister, we shouldn't also forget the fact that some of our local seeds were also very important. We should not destroy them. They are more resistant, and our local people are used to that. So we can, as we look at doing research to bring in new seeds, let's not kill the old ones that we had. Lastly, Honorable Minister, the issue of storage to handle the challenges of these aflatoxins. Our farmers cannot qualify even in the East African market because of how we store our products. So if they spend time in the gardens and they can't sell what they have, then we'll not be addressing the challenges they have. Can the ministry also look at planning for the future? We can introduce maybe a project to set up stores in all the sub-counties so that we can address some of these challenges. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable John Face. Then Honorable Chon.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the statement on the World Food Day. In a country where malnutrition and acute malnutrition and food insecurity is standing at 18%, particularly in the northern and eastern Uganda. I could have really expected that the minister brings out clearly the ways how we are going to ensure food security. Where is the issue pertaining to storage, to food silos, where there is a lot of food produced at one season, and it is all eaten at once, or given at a thrown away price. And in a few months, people have been plugged back into acute malnutrition and hunger. I expected that statement to be very clear in our country on a World Food Day. Secondly, the quality of agriculture inputs, Right Honorable Speaker, is an issue. We have a community, a farming community. And this farming community, each day they are buying inputs to improve on their production. But most times, these agricultural inputs, particularly the fertilizers, they are not genuine. How is this matter being addressed in the sector of agriculture? And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, we have a program of the PDM. The PDM is anchored on agriculture mainly. And a few months to come, there is going to be overproduction. What is the plan, the marketing strategy?
Thank you, Honorable Chon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, as we celebrate World Food Day today, Honorable Minister, I wish you would have a chance to go in some of the district, villages, or the community. As we talk, you know, Uganda, we are so blessed. And it's a country where God loved so much. Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, you know, when they buy maize seeds, a kilo was 40,000 shillings. But as now they are vest, they're selling at 600 shillings a kilo. A kilo of seeds of maize was 40,000 shillings the time the farmers were buying. I want to repeat. But now have the harvesting season has begun. They're selling a kilo at 600 shillings. You look at now, where are we going to head? And now in December, you will find the entire country, we are running food shortage. I also would like to appeal to the Ministry of Water. It is a big challenge. You know, some of the communities still in this country, there are people who have never seen even a clean water at all in their village. There are people who have been drinking even this local swamp together with animals. So we really need to work on this, Honorable Minister. We talk about the promotion of agriculture. Uganda, we do best in farming coffee. If you look even in Parliament here, to get the coffee here in Parliament, if you want to drink, is like getting a blood donation. You can't even find coffee, Honorable Minister. It's hard to get coffee here for drinking, but we are promoting coffee. It's true.
Thank you. Honorable Taewa Herbert, and then Honorable Sarwani.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want also take the opportunity to thank the Minister for the statement. Right Honorable Speaker, my interest is on the various varieties of maize which our good researchers have come up with. I want to thank them. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been getting different hybrid of maize, but more especially coming from Kenya. And these ones are being traded by very few seed dealers. But now that we are making more different varieties which are disease resistant, my appeal to the Ministry of Agriculture and NARO is to encourage very many dealers who would actually multiply these seeds so that these seeds can be sold to farmers at a reasonable price. Apparently, the seeds are going for between 10,000 and 20,000 a kilo. And farmers were interested because the maize prices were high. Now they are going low. I'm very sure most of them will not afford if they remain so. Therefore, would the Ministry of Agriculture increase or multiply the number of companies involved in seed multiplication and at a reasonable cost so that farmers can access? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Serwanyi, Honorable Awas, Honorable Kajwenje, Honorable Kwaringa.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his statement. And specifically, I want to talk about genetically modified products, the GMOs, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk about food, we are today in our country, you find that everything that we are talking about when it comes to food is genetically modified. Almost 80%. Right Honorable Speaker, even when you look at the seeds we are giving to our farmers
from
the maize seeds.
There's a point of order.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for allowing me to raise this point of order. My colleague who has been holding the floor is trying to mislead the House and mislead Uganda that most of the crops and the plants that we are right now growing are GMO products. And even claims that it's about 80%. The fact is that Uganda hasn't yet signed the GMO protocols. Our researchers are trying their best to improve our local seeds and plant products through the breeding processes of existing genomes in our system. Is it in order for my colleague to stand on the floor of this house and mislead the country with unfounded facts, which are hearsays and have no basis at all? Is in order.
Thank you. Now, and he's a commissioner. No, honorable colleagues, I think we just need to be cautious when we are stating issues here, when we are debating, because the Hansard is a credible source of information, because people believe that what we say here is credible, and we are legislators, and it must be backed up by evidence. So, honorable, statistics of Bujiri don't apply here. I request you, when you state some facts, especially to do with figures, then you state the source. It becomes easy. So let's be cautious.
Yeah. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Minister, the Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, has just guided me that the difference between GMO and improved seeds. So I was actually talking about improved seeds and hybrids. Right, Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable Minister has guided me very well.
I would request you next time before speaking, you seek guidance.
Right, Honorable Speaker. So I was talking about the seeds specifically, right, Honorable Speaker. Like when you look at the seeds that we are giving our farmers, from the maize seeds, right, Honorable Speaker, they cannot be reused. That means farmers have to buy seeds every season. For example, right, Honorable Speaker, when we were giving maize seeds, when we used to give maize seeds as members of parliament, you could give seeds almost every season because the seeds that farmers grow cannot be replanted. What is the strategy that the ministry is going to use, that the ministry is going to do, so that we get seeds that we can use and reuse again? Because if farmers have to buy seeds every time they are planting, this is not sustainable. Our farmers are in pain. Our people are in pain because of this process of having to purchase. You have to go to the shop to buy seeds. Once the crop is grown, you cannot do anything.
Thank you. Thank you. Our honorable colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers of Jinja Central School from Jinja District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Batua Timothy and Honorable Katari Roy. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honorable Waslivia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture for his statement, but I wanted to bring to the attention of Ministry that the quality of seeds that were supplied to Karamoja, mostly in Abilatuk district, were not of good quality. Sorghum up to now was planted in the month of April. It has not matured up to now. It is still in the gardens. And I want to invite the minister to go with me to Abilatuk, and he proves this with his own eyes. So my prayer is that let the ministry normally try to test the seeds that they are receiving from suppliers. Honorable Speaker, what we are getting is a mix of quality and poor quality crops that we got in Abilatuk district. So I'm requesting the ministry, if they want to prove this, I go with them and we take the photographs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kajrenje, and then Honorable Okwarika.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the articulate presentation of the statement from the Minister of Agriculture, and appropriately themed as water is life and leave no one behind. My worry, Right Honorable Speaker, is that my constituency, Nyabushozi, that has persistently been water strained is going to be left behind. And that's the reason I'm bringing this one up. Over time, 3 generations ago, about 20 communal dams were constructed in Nyabushozi. And these are Wabijemano, Rugonji, Karo, Chakabunga, and Chizeramire, and Kanyanya. They are communal water granaries. They have been a source of the production that is seen now. But they have now been silted. I wanted to know from the Minister of Agriculture the plan and programs for such a communal water granaries to be desilted, cleaned, and fenced, so you can have a basis for water for production, for irrigation, and production of crops. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kwaringa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for Agriculture for the statement that he has made regarding the World Food Day. How I wish a day in our country when we shall have people no more hungry in the streets. When this statement is made, I reflect on my daily journey driving along the streets of Kampala, and I witness kids, my relatives from Karamoja, children begging in the streets for food. They even ask for leftovers that they peep in your vehicle. They see a leftover of biscuits and they beg leftovers of water. How I wish a day shall come when a responsible government will recognize, I'm talking about world governments anywhere, will recognize that this day as we celebrate World Food Day, let us donate food for such a category of children. How I wish a day when families that are well endowed with resources stop pouring their food, but instead donate food to such children. How I wish a day when we shall promote giving packets of milk.
Honorable, how I wish you could conclude. Thank you.
Can I conclude?
Honorable Atuto Jacinta, Honorable Bashisha, Honorable Senu, Honorable Nzima, Honorable Chinyamatama, Honorable Court. We stop there, we go to another statement. Colleagues, we have very many statements. You will contribute on other statements. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to appreciate the Minister for his report. My main concern would have gone straight to the effects of climate change. We all know that before you think of agriculture, in the agriculture sector, we have to talk about climate change. And as you know, climate change is one of the challenges that we are facing today globally. And it affects countries that are less resilient, such as Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I would have loved the minister to have stated clearly what comprehensive strategies have they developed in order to ensure that our agriculture remains in the resilience phase of the backbone in the climate pattern. Because what I know, we have to consider working on ways to fight the issues of climate change. We have to train or to create awareness to our farmers, as the minister had already said, on the issues of smart agriculture. But what does he mean by smart agriculture? Our farmers don't know. So I beg the minister to include clearly on his report what developments have they put in place in order to combat this the issue of climate.
Thank you. Colleagues, I want to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Her Excellency, the Vice President, who is in the house. And she was here with us yesterday, the whole day. So even tomorrow, she's going to be with us.
Yeah.
She hasn't consulted with the speaker about tomorrow. So, yes, colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have teachers and prefects of Sir Apollo Kagwa Boarding Primary School, Old Kampala, Kampala Central. They are represented by Honorable Muhammad Nsereko and Honorable Malende Shamim. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. And stand up for recognition. Very smart. Future leaders. Sure. Honorable Juliet Washisha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the statement. I also want to add my voice on my colleagues, Honorable Lillian and Honorable Sirwani, on the protection of our indigenous seeds. Sometimes some of these research seeds that come to our market, there is a way they come with their jealous habits. For example, there are some banana species that were introduced in Angola. Wherever they went, they would chase away all our indigenous banana plants. And in addition, on maize seeds, they are tested sometimes. I'm sorry, I don't want to earn myself a point of order, but compared to the indigenous seeds, the maize that we get from our research teams, they are not as sweet as our indigenous seeds. So I request that as we support the researchers, we need to get the way of improving our soils so that we support our indigenous crops, because usually the seeds are recycled and we don't get pressure from the farmers to bring them seeds during the planting season. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senu, Honorable Nzim.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to take this time the Minister of Agriculture for that wonderful report on what happened on the World Food Day celebrations. The issue that I want to tackle is the issue of food security. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that that concept is different in this country. Food security in Kampala, in central Uganda, Western Uganda, is not like what you have in northern Uganda, in Karamoja, and in eastern. The ministry has a daunting task of helping areas of this country which don't have any perennial crop to supplement their annual incomes. Number two, areas with cycles of floods and droughts. And finally, the challenges of insecurity in Karamoja and the surrounding areas, which affect productivity and the marketing of these products, coupled with the question of providing value addition to these crops. I want to ask the ministry for a place like Kapelebiong and such districts to come down and we sit and find out how best can we help the farmer in Kapelebiong who has to work 3 times in a year, first season, second season, in between the second and third season, to work and produce food when he has no money, has no capital, has no market. For us, it is a huge and a daunting task, and I want to request him that he works with the minister and our districts to find a way forward. So it's a matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Franzima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the minister for the statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have had a lot of challenges, particularly food insecurity brought by drought. Many times we sit here, talk about government approving supplementary, to feed some of our citizens. And this has always been caused by drought. We had made a proposal to government that government must construct dams to sort this issue out. And from the minister's statement, the issue of water is also one of the issues he has talked about. I will wish to get an update from the minister on this particular situation because it has been a recurrent situation. The second issue is about, I was watching news and also an international, I think, conference where they were talking about issues to do with the food and also food security vis-a-vis the quality of food that we should eat. There was an issue raised about a weed controller, which they call Roundup. And according to them, it is a very dangerous weed controller that causes cancer, liver failure, and the rest. I will want also to get an update from the minister whether we have such in the country, because if it is there, it is a risky one. The third issue is an issue to do with the quality of our products, particularly food items. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have had serious issues where one day they said maize which was supplied to South Sudan was stopped at the border because the quality was questionable. And the same also applied to Kenya. We have never had any report from government to explain whether these were mere claims or they were facts.
Thank you. Honorable Sinyamatama, and then finally Honorable Amosoko.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I first of all want to appreciate the Honorable Minister's statement. My major concern is on the water policy of this country. Honorable members, if we don't have a comprehensive water policy to supply the country, we are going to still be in lack forever. This would help us have an accountability from government, like we are accounting for the schools, that there is a policy, each primary school, each sub-county should have a secondary school. This should be the same thing if we have a comprehensive water policy supply in the country. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, water for agriculture is very important. We are talking about coffee, we are talking about improving our crops, but we do not have water for agriculture, for production. And honorable members felt a bit comfortable when it was raised among the 7 pillars of the parish development model. But unfortunately, it has been put aside. It's only the financial pillar that is being pushed forward. So we are giving people money and we are not empowering them to invest their money. When drought comes, we will see no more the money we invested in our people because there is no water for production. We are improving these seeds, and the repercussion or the effects of these improved seeds has already been discussed by several members. They cannot regerminate. So what assurance are you giving this country about the supply of these seeds? Because in a long run, we are going to create food insecurity instead if we cannot supply these seeds. Do we have a budget that is going to be assuring us that we shall have steady supply of these seeds to the country? Because as Uganda, that's the biggest security that we've had for a long time, having not to be supplied food or food crops or seeds. Lastly, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable.
Kindly, Honorable Speaker.
No, you don't switch on and then say kindly. Conclude.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The issue of silos, we've talked about it several times, that let us buy these seeds in a peak season, harvesting season, and let them be supplied back when the season is done. But this has not been happening, and we pass supplementaries to buy food very expensively from the neighboring countries. And lastly, when we are improving these seeds, let's put in consideration the different regional climate changes. Because what works in Karamoja will not work in Rakai, will not work somewhere else. Honorable Speaker, lastly, we requested for dams in the country. Members of Parliament, we are pumping money into our constituencies to dig dams for water for supply and even use at home. So the water issue in this country needs a comprehensive policy. Thank you so much.
Honorable Amosoko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister so much for the report that he has given us. And during those days when we were still young, there were days that people remember. And one of them is all about World Food Day. And the moment you talk about World Food Day, prior to the day to come, there would be a field day and a field visit where all pupils and students surrounding those where the function will take place, they will go to learn several good knowledge that would help them. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that much as we talk about water as being life and water being food, and we are talking about World Food Day celebration, there's a problem coming next year. We have been talking about this year because of lack of food. We have experienced, especially to the schools which are embodying food, grains and beans were not easy to get. And I want to implore the minister to take keen interest in the following thing. One, when you see food move. And if food cannot reach either Kenya or one of Kenya coming to Uganda, that is another challenge, which I want him maybe to consider strengthening the regional cooperation in that line. However, also, we have problems of extension workers in this country. In the last budget that we passed here, whenever you go to any districts, people cry that there is no funding for operation for extension workers to go and train these farmers so that you get to know.
Please conclude. But next time, Chief Whip has advised, you start with the conclusion.
Thank you.
So that you don't miss a big point.
Thank you. Our farmers need their capacity to be built in education. And agricultural extension is another way where we have to help, and so that in a way they can be in position to adapt to this changing climate which is affecting us. And then the promotion of renewable energy. Of course, all those are key issues that help us so that in a way we promote food, because it's only food. If we have food, then even our health can be granted.
Thank you. Her Excellency the Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like also to thank the Minister for his informative statement. I have three concerns which I would like to notify the Minister about, but Mr. Speaker, it is just a reminder to the Minister. One of them is that he has stated very clearly that his scientists through NARO have developed products and prototypes to support the agricultural value chain. And I want to support him for that and thank him for that. But let me bring to your attention through Mr. Speaker, Minister, that we have waited for so long for the anti-tick vaccine. And if you wish, Mr. Minister, you may find time and update this House on the progress of the development of the anti-tick vaccine, because we have done budgeting for that specific item for many subsequent financial years. And honorable colleagues, you may wish to note that this is a very important development that we are looking forward to, because 3/4 of our country depends on livestock. Secondly, Mr. Minister, through Mr. Speaker, I would like also to remind you to accelerate your efforts on regulating and controlling acaricides. And I'm saying this in relation to the food that we eat, because we eat meat and we eat drink milk from the cows, and they are.
Switch on, Your Excellency, switch on.
In conclusion, Honorable Minister, check that when we drink milk, it should not have been contaminated by acaricides or even the meat. So we would like to get a clear picture from you, Mr. Minister, that the milk and the meat we eat is not contaminated by the acaricides, which are counterfeits. Thirdly and finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to re-echo the issue of post-harvest handling, which more often than not we have spoken about in this house, but it does not translate realistically to the energy we give when we are speaking about it on the ground. So I am here to support you, Mr. Minister. I know we sit in the same cabinet, but it was very important that I raise these issues to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. And of course, you're a member of Parliament in your own right, so issues of your people. But Honorable Minister, just allow me to add on one point, which is closely related to the one which members had raised on quality of acaricides, pesticides, and all that. Honorable Minister, it was brought to my attention in one of the engagements which we are having with the EU and ACP EU, Afro-Caribbean Pacific, and EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly, that there are pesticides which are banned in the European Union, but allowed to be exported to third world countries like Uganda. They are manufactured in the European Union. They know they are bad. They cause cancer. They cause all kinds of, but they allow the manufacture on condition that you can't sell those pesticides in the European Union. They are just for export. Now, we raised it at EU level in the JPA, and it was a point of concern even for members of the European Parliament. But this continues. And in many countries like Kenya now, even efforts are being put in place to ensure that such a pesticides don't enter into their country. If it's not good, if it's not feasible or good for your people, then it shouldn't be good, for others. It should also be considered dangerous for others. So you shouldn't be manufacturing it. So I wanted to also bring that to your attention, Honorable Minister, and see how best you can look at that. But as you come, the public gathering this afternoon, we have a delegation of councillors from Bungoko North Constituency, Mbare District, represented by Honorable Dr. Magoro John Face and Honorable Mukaye Mariam. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Now, honorable colleagues, one day, Honorable John Face invited me. We spent a lot of time around Bungoko. We buried for Honorable Wandwasi. So I said, but why don't you take me to where you want me to go and meet your people? He kept daring, taking me around for a drink, meeting people until it got a bit dark. So around 7 p.m., he took me to Mount Wanari to see the people. And all of a sudden, Kadod started. Then someone told me, if you're not steady, Imbar is in the offing. I'm trying to see if there are some faces here who wanted to do an Imbar on me. I'm not seeing any, but they welcomed me very well. I want to thank you. Okay. Honorable Minister, I survived my own way. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, Her Excellency the Vice President, and honorable members. Thank you so much for your comments. I'll try and summarize them. Right Honorable Speaker, let me start with the comments of Her Excellency the Vice President. I want to thank you, Madam Vice President, for the support to the sector. With your guidance, I will bring a comprehensive statement to the House on the anti-tick vaccine. We had agreed with the committee that we deliberately don't talk much about it for some security reasons, which the committee is aware. But if you deem it fit, I'll give a report maybe after 2 weeks, such that Madam Speaker, I will brief you Narrow is being faced by challenges. Just listen.
Colleagues, I told you,
listen.
This house is led by a speaker.
We were advised.
Yes, Honourable Minister,
Yes.
they are disturbing you because you said Madam Speaker.
Oh.
No, it's okay. I always tell colleagues, this is
My
just very
apologies.
easy.
Yes.
But Honourable Minister, whenever you feel comfortable,
Yes.
especially if there are security concerns.
We were advised by the scientists
Yeah.
that we should not keep updating at every stage. Some saboteurs may interfere, but the good news is that the final trials of the vaccine have been conclusively done, and the vaccine stands at 88% efficacy. This is much higher. This is much higher than the only one vaccine from Cuba on the market, which was commercialized at 50%. So it's a big. Her Excellency the Vice President is really proud of her government's achievement. That's why she wants us to. But we will bring the statement. And also the comment of Her Excellency the Vice President, it's really an issue of extension services. Yes, we have milk sometimes. When you inject an animal antibiotics, veterinary advisory tells you do not milk that animal or slaughter it until the withdrawal period is observed of, I think, 14 days. So it's a question of our extension services and ourselves popularizing this message, and I take heed of the advice. We shall popularize this. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform you that Cabinet approved the idea of forming a food and agriculture authority that will be dedicated to on issues of food safety. This authority will beef up UNBS as well as NDA in making sure that we are secure. Let me quickly run through the members' concerns. I will ask Naro to contact Honorable Mshemeza Professor to ensure that your liquid organic manure, first of all, is tested and approved before you use it, to ensure that what you are doing is okay. And I want to thank you for the innovation. Honorable Mzare, the money for irrigation, you know, which requires co-funding from the beneficiaries, is under a program called UGIFT. UGIFT, Right Honorable Speaker, is a basket fund in the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance is the controlling agency. They send this money directly to the district. Culture, we offer technical supervision. Yes, the policy requires 25% as a contribution of the beneficiaries for purposes of ownership. If you feel that's not forthcoming, we can review the policy and discuss with the Ministry of Finance and see. And we can give it out as a public good. But the idea was, when somebody contributes something, there is more ownership than the usual free goodies. Boreholes, my colleague, the Minister of Water, will talk to you about the plans for water for human consumption. Yes, but I know they are doing some great job there. The same applies to my sister, Honorable Lilian Aber. Yes, I also contribute to repairing boreholes, so I will also benefit when that comes. Now, the question of seeds, local seeds, what we may call open pollinated varieties. Or when you hear those words, open pollinated, it means our local seeds or land races. Now, the scientists have been briefing me, and I can bring another statement, Right Honorable Speaker. The reason why they were forced to improve our local seeds to make them hybrids, it was because of trying to improve productivity. It was because of trying to ensure that we adhere and mitigate climate change. Unfortunately, hybrids cannot be replanted. We still have open varieties and run races, some beans somewhere, but the scientists don't encourage them because of low productivity and resilience to climate change. Now, here is the thing. Narrow.
Can I request ICT, please don't keep interrupting the minister. Let the minister conclude.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Narrow is doing a great effort. Right Honorable, when I was reading my statement, somebody interrupted your attention. I am inviting the leadership of Parliament to visit Narrow deliberately, because it is the source and the foundation of our food system. Listen to them, see what they are doing, explain to you in detail how they are improving our food systems, while at the same time ensuring biosafety considerations. But if you study the budget of Narrow, I'm not lamenting. We've not been getting enough support. And I want to thank Her Excellency, the Vice President. She's understood this and has been our champion to this end. That's why we've been able to get some money with her effort and your effort as Parliament of the Antique. So we need to support Narrow to produce more foundation seed. This leads me to the question of Honorable Tayebwa. The seed multipliers don't produce seed. They multiply seed. And for our safety, Narrow is the only source of foundation breeder seed. So if Narrow's capacity to give them more to multiply is not strengthened, then they will be struggling for the little on the market. It will give room for counterfeits. People who are bad and fraudsters will buy grain and sell it as seed when it cannot germinate. We will be able to import more seeds from other countries. I don't have to mention them. So the solution lies in supporting our scientists. I want to thank HE, the president, because he improved their pay. Quite a number of them are now stable, but they will give us a solution. The more foundation seed they produce, the more input dealers will multiply and the cost of seed will go down. Honorable Magolo, silos and quality of input is the same story. Our authority and Narrow and the UNBS will intensify. But colleagues, silos are necessary. But let me also tell you that we have some idle white elephant stores in the countryside. Today, this morning, I got a report from ISO complaining to me that many stores under CAIP, under NADS, in those districts are idle. So I am appealing to you to be vigilant in your constituencies. If there is a store, small, medium, or big, that was built for Group X and Group X is not utilizing it, let us know and we will reallocate it to those who are able to use it.
Honorable, can you give us a list of those stores? Because you might find some MPs don't know about these stores.
I will try to give you, I'm going to give you a comprehensive report. But it's because we depend on the local governments. When we do them, we hand over to the local governments and the farmer groups. They are the ones who give us the farmer groups. But sometimes we've found out that some of the farmer groups given are not serious. People select loose groups. Yeah.
Is there a difference between a silo and a store? Then if you are talking of those stores where you keep and the things get rotten, they might not be of help, and yet they are built. They are just help to correct, but not to store for the food security. I thank you.
No, you were seeking clarification. Let me clarify for you. Any facility built to store food, whether small size or big or medium, will offer some minimum protection to the crop. Yes. Silos are big ones with dryers. Some private sector people have invested in that. And those normally come in at the level of tertiary and secondary processing. That's where Ministry of Trade comes in. But for proper storage and post-harvest handling, you even start on farm, you go to the aggregation center with those mini stores. They are well done with dryers. So my concern Of course, I don't blame anybody. I blame my own staff and our district staff for leaving them idle not to run them. So this is why we should all work together. Yes.
But Honorable Minister, I have limited time, okay?
Okay.
So please.
Through you, Chair.
Just one.
Thank you.
Only one clarification you've allowed, and then we stop.
Thank you.
On the stores, Right Honorable, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. On the stores, they are okay. I have actually 2 in my constituency. These stores were built, but they were not equipped. You are talking of dryers. You remember when we invited you to the Committee of National Economy? That was one of the sticker issues we raised. They were constructed, yes, but not fully equipped.
Okay, I agree. So we are doing a baseline. So before we start on new ones, we functionalize the existing stock. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, Honorable Chon wants me to visit villages and communities. Honorable Kaperebyong, I will visit. We will coordinate together. Honorable Tayewa wants more seed. Yes, I made a case for this. Honorable Serwanya, I want to assure you that our seed is safe. Our seed is safe. You see, genetically improved is different from genetically modified. So what our researchers are doing are improving our local seeds. The parent line is our indigenous seed. So they improve it, they do hybrid breeding, and they get a high yielding variety. Honorable Kajwenje, yes, we can desilute the dams in Nyabushozi like we've been doing in some areas in Karamoja. But as you know, most of the areas, especially in southwestern Uganda, land is individually owned. You have fenced all your dams. So we'll have to discuss with you, what is your priority? More community dams or individual dams? Yes. And the reason why those community dams keep silting, because they are only used by people who graze animals along the road. But most people have their own dams. So we will come with the excavators. And if you think we are not only actually desilting those dams, it's reconstruction because they were almost spoiled. So we will agree with you and your leadership on what best intervention. Honorable Kwalinga, he wishes to see a situation where people don't pour away food. But I also want to tell you, Honorable, that I wish to see more land opened up. So let's make a call for our people to work and work and work. 35%, Right Honorable Speaker, of land arable is the only one we are using. The big chunk is still not used. That's why I need your support to give more tractors to open more land. Honorable Jacinta, what strategies for agriculture? Our emphasis is from research to increase the production to marketing and value addition, working together with the Ministry of Trade and our embassies abroad that look for markets. Honorable Bashisha, your comment is noted and it's like I had explained. Honorable Anthony, working with you, can visit Kaprebyong. Honorable Nzima, part of our products is going to continuously be improved through improving on-farm agronomical practices and post-harvest handling. Honorable Chinyamatama, yes, Rakai is water stressed and we have agreed we will put an excavator in your area and Gomba for the farmers to dig dams. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, once again I invite you and the leadership of Parliament to visit us at Nachesasa and at many other stations to see what NARO is doing and to seek your support. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Edie.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise under Rule 42 of our rules of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the Minister giving a report about agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture has 3 sectors: the crop, livestock, and fisheries. But I've observed that the Minister has put much emphasis on livestock and crop. leaving alone a sector which really is very important as far as our economy is concerned. What strategies does really the minister have? Because fish alone is food. We can talk about fish farming. How do we help our people to improve on fish production in this country? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, the statement was tailored to the theme of the day, and I only brought out the highlight, which was research breakthrough. But I want to assure I can come here, or my colleague, the Minister of State for Fisheries, who will present a statement on aquaculture development initiatives, as well as how we are trying to conserve wild capture fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Yes.
Honorable, I want to guide you that clarification is when you have a member holding the floor. For now, we don't have any. And clarification is not allowed by this presiding officer. It's allowed by the member holding the floor. Okay? That's how the rules work. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Minister, I want to thank you. This was comprehensive. And really, the clarity you always come with. We miss you, or bring more statements, because you're holding a very important sector. So in case you have any statement, please always alert us. We want those statements. We don't want to always first push you. And Madam Vice President, I had discussed with the government chief whip, and I had also discussed with the president some time back. And we had agreed that for cabinet information papers, okay? The moment you finish cabinet information papers, extract statements for parliament. So that parliament is brought on board. We would be addressing most questions, and it would be one good way. And I want to thank you, Chief Whip. Now I have many statements which are pending, which we are going to give priority. So I encourage you, Your Excellency, the Vice President. I know many come there, but for information papers, if you could always get for us statements for parliament, so that as cabinet is informed, parliament is informed. Yours is guaranteed of our support on most of these issues. Honorable Minister, next week I'm visiting Naro, so please arrange. Chairperson Committee on Agriculture, Chairperson Committee on Budget, Chairperson Committee on Water, Natural Resources. I have been some few experts in the agriculture sector, like Honorable Amos Okot. I can say everyone is trying to be an expert now. I'll conclude on the number, but next week, please let's alliance. Next week, I will read that team we visit you at Naro. Thank you. Next item.
Item 4.2.
Procedure.
Statement by Minister.
Procedure, Honorable Cyrus.
Right, Honorable Speaker, our rules of procedure under Rule 130 speak to the second reading of bills. On Tuesday, 23rd May 2023, you did refer the National Legal Aid Bill to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. To date, the committee has not returned the work to the House. You gave them 30 days. I beg to know from you whether we are proceeding well without this particular bill being brought to the House. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Cyrus, when you have such a procedure matters, come at the beginning of the session, of the sitting, because now we are in between business, okay? I know it's a credible issue, but those ones should always come after my communication. So that is like part of the reaction for our Hansard to look very well organized. But if chair or any member of the Committee on Legal Affairs is around, you could give me some update. Oh, Vice Chair is here. Let me first handle this. Vice Chair of the Committee on Legal.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my colleague Silas knows the position. We invited him before the committee, and we agreed that we need to have a meeting, him, we the leaders of the committee, and the speaker.
Thank you. Now, if there is a need for a meeting, no, please, I wasn't there. I'm not able. Okay. So, but honorable colleagues, I'm inviting you for a meeting on Tuesday.
Much obliged.
Thank you. Now, yes, Honorable Zijan. I'm seeing some little tension.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I rise
Between
under 42.
I'm seeing some little tension between the mover and the committee. So let's meet. Let's not settle it here. Come in office, we settle the matters, okay? Yeah. Honorable Zijan.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I rise under 42. I had whispered into the ear of the minister pertaining the statement he presented. As we were talking about food security, Right Honorable, I know that we mean both quantity and quality. I had whispered to the minister that there is viral information going on in the country alleging that Makerere University has found poisonous matter in the rice on the market and in the water. I had asked for clarification, and I thought that since we are talking about food security, that would also touch on the matter enough to draw his attention. But I see that the House is taking leave of the matter, and it agitates me that that is skipped. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, point of procedure is provided for under Rule 78. Okay? Very clearly provided for under Rule 78. Now, Rule 42 applies when you're in either debate or before and you want to ask a minister any question. Because now, at any time, we are going to be having issues of that kind. I want us to use Rule 42 cautiously. Now, the minister's statement is under Rule 52, for which we allow a debate or I don't allow a debate. A debate can come up or it doesn't come up. But this is a substantive, you're raising a critical issue, okay? So, Honorable Minister, take note and please get time we address the concern raised by Honorable Zijan Livingston. Thank you. Next item.
Item 42, statement by Minister on the rising fuel prices in the country.
Honorable Minister for Energy. Point of procedure, Honorable Chibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, with your intervention, since this information is circulating in the public, and for the interest of the protection of the industry, the minister would be unanswered and say, it's not verified, it's not true until we come out. So the minister would really say something for the interest of the public outside here, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have a media that we do not control what they write. The report in the media is alluding to a research paper from a University of Makerere. A research paper, Professor Mshemeza may know better, our teacher, it depends on the sample space you've handled. And it also depends on the credibility of where the paper has been published. So this is an issue. We took serious exception to it. We've raised our concerns to the newspaper, and we will discuss with Makerere. It's really an alarmist reporting. But all our food is safe. Rice imported is checked by UNBS. So we should not be held at ransom by media houses wanting to increase sales. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, where you feel that you want to clarify more, please, we can give you a chance. You come here and you clarify more. Yes. Honorable Minister for Energy.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a statement to Parliament on the rising prices of fuel in Uganda. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to once again come and clarify the House. My ministry has submitted to this House previously on the impact of rising global prices of petroleum products in the country. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you are aware that Uganda operates a liberalized downstream petroleum market where pump prices are determined by the forces of demand and supply as guided by the Petroleum Supply Act of 2003 and the Petroleum Supply General Regulations of 2009. For the last 1 month, prices have not changed and the country has remained well supplied, meaning we didn't have scarcity of the products. My ministry will continue to monitor the subsector to ensure that Uganda's market gets continuous supply of petroleum products throughout all the supply routes at competitive prices. To further benefit in having stable supply and improvement in pump prices, my ministry is supporting Uganda National Oil Company, which is a government company, to supply all oil marketing companies in Uganda. And it is planned that effective January 2024, Uganda's oil marketing companies will be directly supplied by Uganda National Oil Company, which will improve security of supply and will result in very competitive pump prices. Colleagues are aware of the system that we go through, the open tender system in Kenya, where at times Kenya chooses to allocate products destined to Uganda to their own local companies. So we want to come out of this. And I will bring an amendment of the Petroleum Supply Act to support the Uganda National Oil Company in this endeavor next week. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda's pump prices compared to Tanzania and Kenya are as indicated in the table below. The retail pump prices comparisons as of 25th of October, 2023. On the regional comparison of fuel pump prices per liter of petrol and diesel. That table has figures, for example, on petrol. If you look at Tanzania, in Tanzanian shillings, that is 3,281. At Mombasa, cost is 214.30. At Nairobi Central is 217.36. And at Eldoret Western is 217.12. And Mandera at Northern at 231.36. Then in Uganda, Kampala, in Ugandan shillings, that is 5,400. And that's for petrol. And for diesel, 3,448 at Tanzania. And then at Mombasa is 202.41. Nairobi is 205.47. And Eldoret is 205.65. And Mandera is 219.47. And then in Uganda, diesel is at 5,000. And I've indicated the exchange rate. And I've also changed it to the figures below. That is for premium, 4,922 in Tanzania, 5,743. Nairobi, 5,825. Eldoret, 5,819. And then Mandera, 6,200. For Uganda, I gave you the figures already in shillings, which is 5,400. So you can compare 5,400 in Uganda, in Tanzania, 4,900, in Mombasa, 5,700. And I've also indicated for diesel. Tanzania is 5,172, while Uganda remains at 5,000. So these are the comparisons I have indicated to the prices as they stand. So, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, just to encourage you to watch the prices as they are determined globally, but Uganda suffers more because of the Kenyan system. And government is not going to look on to come and lament all the time when we have powers to amend our law so that we empower Uganda National Oil Company to do the direct importation so that we don't suffer the many layers that the Kenyan government puts in place. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable, you have a chance to debate. Why do you need the clarification? Yeah? Honorable colleagues, we have two statements that are closely related. Okay? So in the interest of time and having a debate where we shall not repeat ourselves, let's have the next statement and then we have one.
Statement 4.3, statement on the status of oil and gas projects in the country.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable and colleagues. Statement to Parliament on the status of oil and gas projects in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the purpose of this statement is to update the House on the current status of the country's oil and gas projects, call them petroleum projects. As mentioned in my previous statements, Uganda's Albertine Graben is a mature oil and gas province that has 9 production licenses issued to Total Energies EP Uganda BV, China North Offshore Oil Company, CNOC, Uganda Limited, and the Uganda National Oil Company Limited, UNOC. Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is leading the formulation of a comprehensive national petroleum policy following the review of the National Oil and Gas Policy of 2008 and Energy Policy of 2002 to address the entire petroleum value chain and emerging issues. The new policy will create a conducive environment for faster and efficient exploration, development, production, and commercialization of discovered resources and utilization of petroleum products in the country, while acknowledging the energy transition initiatives. So we plan to conclude the policy before end of this financial year. On exploration, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in the effort to increase our resource base, we issued exploration licenses to Ama Energy Limited over the Kanyuataba area, Oranto Petroleum Limited over the Ngasa, Shallow and Deep in 2017, and more recently, 2023, we issued exploration license to Uganda National Oil Company over the Kasurubani block and DGR Global over the Turaco block. My ministry is also increasing efforts to explore for more petroleum areas in new basins, such as the Moroto-Kadam Basin, where oil seeps have been identified on the surface, Shoga and Hoima basins. We do still have potential in those areas. So on the development and production, Right Honorable Speaker and members, the drilling of development and production wells was launched on the 24th of January, 2023, not 2024, at the Kingfisher field by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, witnessed by Her Excellency, the Vice President, among others. Development and production drilling for the Tilenga project also commenced in June 2023. A total of 11 wells have been drilled, 8 in the Tilenga area and 3 in the Kingfisher area. These wells are being drilled using 3 rigs for Tilenga and 1 rig for Kingfisher. At peak production, Right Honorable Speaker, all fields mentioned above will produce 230,000 barrels of oil per day for 5 years. The Tilenga project will produce 190,000 barrels a day of oil a day at peak, while the Kingfisher field will produce 40,000 barrels of oil per day at peak. So in total, the above production will require a total of 457 wells and 35 well pads. Right Honorable Speaker, out of the 457 wells, 426 will be for Tilenga, while 31 wells will be for Kingfisher. Construction of the central processing facilities, both at Kingfisher and Tilenga, is ongoing and on schedule to be ready by 2025. Colleagues, the central processing facilities do the primary processing before crude is subjected either to the refinery or for export through the East African crude oil pipeline.
Now, Honourable Minister, sorry for interruption. Now, I have an issue. There's very critical information you always have. You leave out in a statement. You bring it to us off cuff. I've been listening, just watching you reading your statement, and it's very critical. It's not that I'm questioning the information you're giving. But you see, this statement, once it is uploaded, we always refer to it, even after here. Now I will need to go and dig through the Hansard to get this information. Yet, if you had captured all of it in a statement, it would be very easy. So always give us those details in a statement, Honorable Minister. Please.
Most obliged. And I will try to make sure that I do not do further clarifications as I read. And I will clarify more during debate. Thank you so much. So I was talking about the central processing facilities, and I have informed this House that that Tilenga's 190,000 barrels of crude oil capacity, central processing facilities which is under construction is currently at 33% complete, while the Kingfisher's 40,000 barrels every day capacity, the central processing facility is under construction and is currently at 12% complete. The laying of interconnecting pipelines of the Kingfisher feeder pipelines to the export hub has already commenced. It is expected that 80 kiloton and 20 kiloton per year of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, will respectively be produced from the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects. This will enable the country to reduce on deforestation and hence save us from any climate change impacts. On the refinery project, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government is taking forward the development of the 60,000 barrels per day of refinery in Kabale, Hoima district. I will be announcing the winning bidder for the refinery project soon after the project framework agreement with Albertine Graben Energy Consortium expiring in June. The next one is to announce the winning bidder. Yes. Regarding the refined products pipeline project that traverses 6 districts over a distance of 213 kilometers from Hoima to Mpigi, land acquisition process is currently ongoing and it is at 74%. On the East African crude oil pipeline, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government in January 2023 issued a permit to the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Company to construct the pipeline. The progress for detailed design for the Eco pipeline and attendant facilities being undertaken by Wholly in London and Dar es Salaam stands at 66%. Construction of the thermal insulation plant in Tanzania is at 95%. Together with the installation of equipment for 2 coating trains is ongoing. In Uganda, civil works connected in August and commenced in August and will be followed by works at the other camps. The Resettlement Action Plan, RAP, for affected persons within the 10 districts where the East African crude oil pipeline crosses is also ongoing, and approximately 94% of the affected persons have consented and signed documents, while 88% of the affected persons who opted for cash payments have been cleared and paid. The ministry and companies and key stakeholders are attending to grievances associated with land acquisition process. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and members, government and its partners are working tirelessly, and I am happy to report that we are on track to have the first oil by the end of 2025. I thank you, colleagues, for your continued support, and I would like to invite the Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues to come on the ground and see what I have told you in this document. You will always be very welcome, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I checked the schedule in my office today. They were proposing that I should visit you around December. Okay, yeah. In the month of December, check through and we work together so that we can visit the ground and we see what's going on. Now, honorable colleagues, the statements are clear. Listen to me. You know, of course, politicians can never fail to debate. I know. Politicians, even when someone doesn't want to speak, he starts by saying, you know, I didn't want to speak, but, oh, I have nothing to say, but, okay? So I know once we give a chance, it always happens. So I'll just, and you know, it's my discretion on these statements. So I'll just pick around 10 people so that we have it concluded. Now I'm starting from this side because last time I started from this side. So I'll pick Oseku, I pick Areper, I pick Ochai, I pick Nakut, I pick Ogwal, I pick the lady, I pick Chairman Natural Resources Committee, and I pick Wakori for now. Then I will see. Yes, then I come here. No, I'm starting with this side, then I come here.
Thank you.
Let's do.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. We want to appreciate the Minister for the statement, and like it has been said, statements of this nature bring all of us as members of Parliament on board, and we'll be able to build a hope among the citizenry of this country about progress and economic development. However, I've listened to the statement by Honorable Minister. The issue of the East African crude oil pipeline and it is funding, which to some extent, some time back we were told that funders were being discouraged from giving us that money. Could you also give us some insight on how we're progressing towards achieving that? Thank you.
Thank you. Repeat.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to commend the Honorable Minister for the statement. Mine is just one comment for that matter. I would like to implore all the ministries in situations that arise like this particular one, they should be more proactive and not to be prompted to make these statements. This is a situation which requires that type of management of institutions of this similar nature. From what I see in the statement, this is the normal narrative. We're about to explore, we're about to do this and that sort of thing. There's nothing that can really give us hope. And I think you just need to re-engineer the way you manage some of these things. That's why you need to learn from the comments that we make whenever you make these statements. If you get this statement and compare with the one that I've just seen, the one that you made the last time that there was, it is just the same narrative. So let's see how we can make things a bit better for this country. Otherwise, it will just be mere position holding, coming to present your face, coming to read a statement, appearing in the press, and it becomes business as usual. And this business as usual is what is actually boring the country. Thank you.
I don't have anyone on the floor, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Naku.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there are two questions for clarifications from me. One question is on the first report. It is sad to note that Uganda is at the mercy of Kenyan importers. The question I have to the minister is, what is it that is making it difficult for UNOC to become an importer? What? The second question comes from the second report. It is on the required 457 wells versus the accomplished 11 wells. Yet the minister gives us the assurance that by 2025, there will be oil. In my view, that speed, 11 over 457. Why not tell the country the truth? If that's for clarification, please clarify. Maybe I didn't get you right. Then finally, Right Honorable Speaker, we have witnessed a number of events, launching this, breaking this, then final investment decision, all those things. It gives hope to the country, but is it reliable? Is it true? And I would implore the minister to reduce those events, given that we are not likely to get the oil by 2025 with the numbers you have given.
Thank you, Ogwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Minister, for your presentation. The first one is on the oil company. Can you clarify whether we will not create a monopoly in the terms of NOC? What are we going to avoid that? Because you're saying you want to front that and so. That's one area. The second thing, Right Honorable Speaker, I tend to agree with what Aleperi said, Honorable Aleperi said. I think the issue of price is a macroeconomic issue, and possibly the Ministry of Energy may not explain fully the challenges of price related even to oil, because there are so many other factors, exchange rate and so on. So it may require the government element, which is in charge of macroeconomic stability, to come and help in explaining this with a better solution. Secondly, because of the high price, where the minister has control is production, so that we may benefit from the high price as a country. Is there a way we can have the first oil faster than what you have planned, so that we get this high price fast? Lastly, the benefits. You have launched FDI, as my colleague here mentioned. Can we clearly get and follow up the benefits we'll have from oil, especially in other sectors, and we have it mainstreamed in the planning so that the other sectors can benefit, or at least plan to benefit, like agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Ogwal Moses, you see, government does not work in silos. I can't call the Minister for Energy here, then tomorrow we call one for finance because it's a macroeconomic issue. You know, it will be difficult. Government doesn't work in silos, because I'm very sure even this is a matter which must be discussed at cabinet level. And then you have the input of all ministers. So for us, the minister in charge of the sector has power rules. That's where we go. Now it will be up to the minister to know, can be supported by so and so and so as my colleagues, to come up with a very strong statement that is more convincing and acceptable. So we can debate the statement the way it is without discounting the efforts of the minister to say we need another minister. Okay, thank you. Honorable Max Ochai. Now I've already picked the colleagues to speak, please. This side, I'm done.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Mine is a humble request, but before I place the request to the Minister of Energy, may I take this opportunity, first of all, to thank her for the clear statement she made, particularly on the rising price of oil. Mr. Speaker, to macroeconomists, the information given to us is adequate. However, I would request the Minister to kindly consider.
So are you one of them? I know Max very well.
May I kindly request the Honorable Minister to consider publishing for us high-frequency data on retail fuel pump prices, so that maybe on a weekly basis we can consume and get ourselves updated. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Tara, Honorable Christie.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like also to add my voice in thanking the Honorable Minister for her clear statement. But for the benefit of this House, as the chairperson that oversees the sector, I would like the Minister to clarify to this House the fact that UNOC, she's planning that UNOC will be buying oil products for this country, as opposed to our reliance on our neighbors, Kenya. And the reason we've been relying on our neighbors, Kenya, is that we as a country cannot buy directly from the oil producers, because the budgets really require large volumes that we as a country cannot order for. So I'm just wondering how this is now going to be done so that we can directly buy from the oil producers. My second issue that I would like the minister to clarify to this House, Right Honorable Speaker, is in respect to when we shall be getting the first oil. I know, according to the roadmap that was previously set, we expected to get the first oil by May 2025. But today, in the minister's statement, she said end of 20. Which means something is happening that we need to be clarified on whether actually we shall be able to get the first oil by 2025. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the refined product pipeline. You see, refining the petroleum products in Hoima and transporting those refined products to Mpiji and again retransporting them using trucks back to the western part of the country seems not to be a well thought out plan. So I'm just imploring the minister whether this could still be modified so that some refined products are left going to the western part of the country other than being transported to Mpiji and then being taken back. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable question, then Honorable Akori.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Appreciation to the Honorable Minister for the statement. Right Honorable Minister and the Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that originally, some 2 years back, the year Ugandans were given information on the production of oil was 2023. So I want to plead with the minister to be consistent in these messages, because now the population is not going to believe us. If we are going to say oil is going to be there in 2023, we are talking about 2025. And to be sincere, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request the minister to actually accept the statement, and in the report we will have a statement saying that the oil prices are fluctuating. They are not stable because we are not at the rate that was true of oil the last 6 months. And then the second one is clarification. The Honourable Minister has told us about the agreement expiring in June 2023, and yet we are in October. Which agreement is this? Is it still running on? Is it another one? And then also, for work that commenced in August, which year? Like we have talked about different launchings happening in the sector. Which one is this of August? Is it of the oil and the rest, since there are so many? Because as Ugandans would understand, which one started in August last year, August the other year, August in 2023, so that we shall keenly be following up on the commitment of the minister to have oil produced in Uganda by 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Akori.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me also join colleagues to thank the minister for the statement. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister said that for the last 1 month, the fuel prices have not changed, which I feel is not true. Right Honorable Speaker, the fuel prices pose a serious astronomical effect because as you all know, the prices of fuel affect everything. We have been talking about food insecurity. We are talking about getting our people out of poverty. But if we do not address the issue of fuel prices in this country, we are headed for a serious conundrum in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister has talked about refineries, but as we wait, a few months ago, I watched President William Samoei Ruto of Kenya trying to arrest 2 situations in his country. 1, the escalating fuel prices, and 2, climate change issues. And what was he telling his people? That we need now to also look at the path of harnessing
energy from solar energy. They have even set up a very huge solar plant in Isholo. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have enough sunshine in this country. And we know that it can be one-off investment, much as it is costly. So that instead of relying only electricity, which does not even reach to our people, instead of relying only gasoline, our people can also use solar. He even launched a motorbike, which is not going to use fuel. It is going to use, it's going to be electric, but the electricity is going to be generated by solar energy. If you do this as a country, I operate a few borders. I want to tell you that the issue that the president has been preaching of getting our people out of poverty, a border person who uses 10,000 a day, if he moves to using a solar-powered motorcycle, is going to save a lot and is going to kick poverty out of his home. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want the Ministry of Energy, instead of only talking about the oil, which was told to our people a long time ago, and now that we are shifting goalposts, why can't we also talk about solar energy in this country, which is everywhere? I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I took the member statement to be on e-mobility.
Yeah, e-mobility.
On e-mobility. Otherwise, we will end up going into the electricity sector now. So it's on e-mobility and your plans for supporting e-mobility. Honorable Okotogong, Honorable Wanda, Honorable Awogon, Honorable Mara, Honorable Museveni, Okot, DP, Jonam, Teira, Rampara, Komaket, Youth, and I end with Mutembri. Let's do quick, honorable colleagues.
Mr. Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, I think we are not only discussing the statement by the minister, but also discussing the policy on fuel. First of all, we need to look at the tax that we impose on fuel. Each liter, we impose close to 1,700,000. So that one escalates on the price of fuel. Secondly, we also need to discuss on the policies of how we are going to from engine-powered vehicle to electric-powered vehicles. How the government is planning for a country to save money. Instead of crying on the price of fuel, we use fuel-free vehicles. And these vehicles are already in the progress. Honorable members, you have sent me to the Pan-African Parliament. I've been going to other countries. When you go to some countries, they are using now importing and allowing citizens to access electric vehicles. A vehicle that you buy, and for 1 week, you charge once, and you use it free for the whole week. That will save us money, will not be crying on the fuel of. The third point is on allowing now government to start now engaging in business. UNOC to now engage in business. That is a source of corruption. I know that I'm saying the potential, because we have known how government has been operating. So we need to analyze that one critically. Secondly, we have already had people who have invested a lot of money in fuel reserves, tanks. Like when you go to on the shores of Lake Victoria, there is a plant there which can import close to 100 million liters, 70 million liters in Mahati. Are you going to deal with them, or you are going to chase them away and use government? So we need to how we are going to relate with the government and the private sector. I think once we do that, that would be okay. Can you explain how you are going to relate with the private sector? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Wanda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I want to thank the Minister for the well-articulated statement. I want to build from where Honorable Okotogong has just stopped. Right Honorable Speaker, the statement from the Minister sheds light and hope for this country. My biggest concern is the synchrony between trade and the Ministry of Energy. Right Honorable Speaker, you know very well that most of the dealers or the operators of fuel are non-Ugandans. They are the big companies which are foreign. How are we preparing our locals to take advantage of the oil? Because my thinking is at that time, you may find that Ugandans are unable to have the infrastructure necessary to take advantage of the oil opportunities. The same resource will now be benefited from by non-Ugandans and other foreign entities. Honorable Minister, my request is we need an engagement with the Ministry of Trade and the local Ugandans that are in that trade to be able to build the capacity from all levels. Actually, there is employment for all levels. But if we do not do it, Ugandans will not benefit from this resource. I also implore you, Honorable Minister, that the deadline you've put, the end of the year 2025, I think let us stick to that. Because with the development in technology, people are drifting away from the use of fossil. And if they begin using solar, then the market of our product may have challenges. But my view is that we need to develop the product as soon as possible, such that we benefit from it. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Algon.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me thank the Minister. In my own opinion, you have done well, but we need to help you do better. Yeah.
We need support.
We need to help her. Is there something, Right Honorable Speaker? We need to support her. Yes, because right now you stand for the ministry. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm on the issue of fuel prices. Yesterday, I was in Lamo. I thought I was at the middle of South Sudan, maybe. Very far. And I just thought about a member of parliament fueling a car from here to go up to Lamo to check on the voters. And you are trying to go 4 times in a month. And just look at the entire cost. Right Honorable Speaker, this can be so disturbing. I want to thank the minister for one thing. I think you are the first minister to bring a statement here without blaming COVID on any of the troubles. I think you are the first. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, when the prices of fuel first soared in this country, everybody was calling on COVID, condemning COVID-19. Then after COVID going down, of course, the prices also did what? Went down. When Russia came up, they said Russia and Ukraine. Those two have continued to fight. But where is the connection now? Why did the price again start to climb up? Now Israel has come, Gaza is burning, you are not blaming it. Now you are trying to look for other reasons. For that reason, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to call upon you to institute a select committee to look into this special matter of fuel prices. There we shall be able to summon all the stakeholders, and we should be able to go up to Mombasa, include me in the team, so that we check. Yes, we check to find out where is the pipe having a problem. Yes, there, Right Honorable Speaker, we shall be able to handle this problem properly. Let me go to another issue. Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of order. Point of order.
I'm really compelled, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Cyrus, to begin soliciting support, which is bordering with corruption, that he should be included on a team he is suggesting to be instituted. Is he in order? Is he in order, really, honorable member? And the chairperson of the independents, a honorable member with experience in parliament, who has traversed various parts of the country, including Lamu, is in order.
Thank you. I think really, Honorable Cyrus, since you visited Lamu, you don't need to go to Mombasa. They are very close, so you're not in order. Issues of Mombasa, leave them.
Much obliged, Chair. I was just alluding. You know, I'm a certified public accountant of Uganda. I wanted to add in my expertise.
Now your question
to find out why.
Your question in my ruling.
I don't want to question your ruling, sir. Right Honorable Speaker, I am so passionate about the airport in Kabale. I think it's called Kabalega. This time around, you didn't talk about it. What is the percentage? Are we now at 99.9%? Where are we? There is this other issue of the PAPs. In your statement, you are saying that those who have not been compensated are going to be handled. Their grievances will be handled by the ministry and the oil companies. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would think it would be better for us to get a special or independent tribunal to handle this issue of the grievances, because this is a massive industry. It is not a smaller thing. It is not petty. So there must be, you cannot be the one who is complained against and you are the one handling the grievance. So how do we handle it? Right, Honorable Speaker, that's a very serious issue and it needs support from your seat. Of course, the dates have continuously shifted, but I know as solutions are invented, challenges also what? Shift. So I stand with you. I stand with you this time around. But can you stand by the end of 2025? Because we are going to collect your statements and bring them here. When you bring yours, we open the first, the second, the last, and then we see whether you're not repeating yourself. So those are two. Right, Honorable Speaker, have become trends. The issue of what have they been talking about? This economy that we're about to enter the middle income what? Status. And this one of oil, they are becoming a twins. They are becoming a twins. They move in a certain pattern which is similar. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Cyrus has touched on the issue of Kabarega Airport. And I had some people saying, is it related? Yes, it is. Why? When we were passing the loan for Kabarega, at that time, Kabare Airport, I'm told now it's Kabarega. When we were passing the loan for the roads, oil roads in Bunyoro, we were told they had facilitate the oil and gas sector. So, and because we believe government works in tandem, it's integrated, then we would need to know on the roads whether we gave you facilities, Honorable Minister, whether we facilitated the production of the oil and gas sector, or whether we are ahead. So that's an angle from which you can approach it. Thank you. Honorable Mara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. First, I want to appreciate the Minister for the two reports which she has presented eloquently well. And I would want to start with the fuel prices. Right Honorable Speaker, some time back, the Committee of Trade were directed to do an investigation on fuel prices. And the report was presented here in the House. We noted that there are only two companies that control 75% of the fuel which is imported into the country. That is Total Energies and Shell. Those two, they control most of the imports. And we tried to investigate, and most of the times we said we did not have reserves. And our reserves in Ginger was empty. To fill those reserves, Right Honorable Speaker, we will require $40 million. And even then, it will not even take us a week in a crisis. The fuel would be over. That option was not even possible. Now, the minister has come with something which I personally would support, because we realize that the fuel prices, even if there is no COVID, even if there was no Ukraine-Russian crisis, the prices continue to grow and remain the same. And therefore, which means there was actually an element of greed among those who import fuel. So by government taking action to really begin to import fuel and to create a level of competitiveness, in the word of my fellow economist, the macroeconomic indices, it would help us to bring in competition, and the prices will even drop. The moment they hear that the government of Uganda is going to take action to import fuel, for them to sell, they will drop the prices. That is the only way we can help the country. And Right Honorable Speaker, some people had alluded to the idea that we should provide subsidy. The last time I checked, Right Honorable Speaker, this country only has, in terms of our foreign currency reserves, $4.8 billion. We will use that money for the purposes of maintaining monetary policy. That is managing inflation and exchange rate. So that money can no longer be used carelessly just for the purposes of subsidy. So I would want to support the recommendation by the minister of making sure that the government of Uganda, through National Oil Company, gets involved in importing oil. And the only question I put to you is, this would require a substantial amount of money. You're going to bring in is it a policy or a law for us to consider? And I think you need to consider the budget framework of how much it will cost the country to import, but it's a good idea. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, regards the oil itself, the exploration, the excavation, and the enablements that we have put in place. I think we have spent substantial amount of money, it's over $4 billion, in the process of trying to put the airport, put the roads, invest some money with the National Oil Company, our responsibility to ECOP. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, from the numbers that we have, I always give numbers. If all the fuel is being pumped out, and taking considerations that we will pay off the investors with what we call cost oil, based on some calculations which I will not go into, this country will only be able to have, on average, $2 billion every year. In effect, 7.5 trillion shillings. Given the situation which we are in now, in terms of relying so much on debt, borrowing every financial year, this money will come in handy really to help us in our budget support. And therefore, what worries me though is that from the statistics the minister has given us, the central processing unit, we are only at 33% in terms of preparedness. And we only have this financial year, 2024, and by 2025, the CPU is the most essential component of, first of all, processing raw fuel before we put it through ECOP into Tanga for exports. Now, if we are not ready, if we are only at 33% now, even if the extract would happen today or tomorrow, we will not be able to process this oil and pass it through. The support, Right Honorable Speaker, that we need to give the minister is that we need to find out what is it that it will take for us to fast track the CPU and make sure that by 2025, we can clean up this oil and take it to Tanga. Because as a budget person, as a finance guy, I really need to have our $2 billion by 2025 so that we can support our budget. One more minute.
Honorable, that's not how we work, please. No. And, thank you. Now, please take your seat, Honorable. You've already done a good job. I need others to supplement on the good job you've done. Right. Now, Honorable Minister, Honorable Mara raises a very critical point of support to UNOC, although you've said you're going to bring a law. Now, if this requires us amending the Petroleum Supply Act, and you are saying by January 2024, UNOC will be having that duty, we have only 2 months. Okay, so I'm looking at how feasible it is for you to bring a law. It takes 45 days in a committee. We debate it here. We have been sending bills to the president. We know how long it takes to assent. Okay, so time. I'm only saying this because of time. If you have to do it, bring the bill, because now we are about to go into another phase. We have only October and part of December. We don't have the whole of December. So I would urge you, if you have it, I don't want us colleagues to violate the rule on anticipation, but I would urge the minister, since you want this done, please bring the bill quickly and we do justice. Okay, Honorable Museveni was next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the statement. My interest is on the pipeline, Right Honorable Speaker. It happens that I come from Bende, where the pipeline is passing, going to Tanzania, even my constituency. But the issue, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm concerned with is compensation. ECOP, or the land was earmarked in 2018. That's when they started. And they made valuations. But since then, most people have not been paid. And those who have been paid, they have been paid this year. But our concern is that they are paying, or they are compensating people below the market price of land in the area. What they are doing, they are putting an uplift of 30%. But after 5 years, the Right Honorable Speaker, the land appreciation is higher than that. At first, when they came, they were telling people that after they have put the pipeline, people will continue using that land. But recently, they told us that we are not supposed to use that land. And that's why people were very reluctant with the places they were giving. And now they're saying, even if we refuse, it is compulsory, you must take the land. It's a government program. So, Right Honorable Speaker, people are cheated, and they are called upon the parliament to get interested into the matter so that people are compensated properly. Another thing, Right Honorable Speaker, is a question.
Honorable member, the minister is your colleague. Okay? So not all issues should come on the floor. First handle with the minister. Once she fails, you bring a petition here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I take the advice. Another thing is that the Right Honorable Speaker, we are asking the question, at the time of trenching, how is the public going to be protected? They have not answered that question, because they trench in order to lay the pipeline. But before they raid, how is the public protected? They have taken, the pipeline is going through communities. It's going through even farms. They are going through the cattle corridor. If they pass through someone's farm and they trench, how are we going to protect the animals in those farms, even the people themselves? Those are unanswered questions, Right Honorable Speaker, where I need clarification. Thank you.
And Honorable Minister, these are issues of public engagement. The affected areas, because not everyone watches TV. No, the MP want to reach everyone. It means you need to go in and you talk to the communities, and you sensitize the communities, you tell them about the solutions you have. Honorable Teira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, the Honorable Minister, for the report. On the issue of oil prices, I'm very glad that we are now thinking outside the box. by charging UNOC our own to do the importation of the oil. Under the open tender system, which has been used in Kenya, the private companies have always been putting a markup and a fairly good amount of money beyond 200, 300 shillings, which has been increasing the price. However, the information in the public domain is that it's the intention of government to use this markup not to bring the pump price down, but to generate more revenue for government until the Uganda National Company is stable enough to fund its operations. I seek your clarification on that matter. Secondly, Honorable Minister, now that we are looking at one supplier of oil, which of course, like the Right Honorable Speaker guided, is work in progress and a process. One of the advantages the Kenyans have enjoyed is that they are given a grace period of about 180 days before they make the payments, which does not put a very big burden on the foreign exchange locally. It's a process to go through those negotiations. We do not anticipate this in the budget, and a lot of money that is required to facilitate national oil company to do this purchase. So it's a process. I'm finding it very unrealistic for the period of January 2024 to achieve this, yet it's highly desired by everyone around. Right Honorable Minister, I wish you to clarify on that issue. In the report regarding the oil and gas, you guided among other issues that the thermal plant in Tanzania is at 95% completion, and it is us supposed to feed them. But our pace, yet the Tanzanians, if I may borrow the local dialect, they are weeping more than the bereaved, which is in a positive manner. They are running so fast, and we are going to hold them back after making such an investment. Are we not being very unrealistic business-wise when those who are supporting us in this endeavor, because we are the key beneficiaries of the oil project, have moved faster in everything? Actually, from the time of their legislation, they moved so fast. And
Thank you. Please, I've already picked the members to speak. Emmanuel Rongiso, I hope, I usually call him Jonam. This one being his second name is a botanical name. It's very difficult. So,
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank you, Father, for reading my mind in as far as the issue of the law is concerned, because that was one of the reasons I stood up. And thank you, Minister, for the statement. But, Mr. Speaker, I have been in this House where similar statements are made. Every time the issues of palm prices going up, similar statements are made. The kind of statistics that are brought are the same. I am almost reaching a point where it's like, do we need such a statement when we know that it's going to be like the same all the time? The second point I want to bring is we know, as my colleague Honorable Okotogong has stated, that we have taxes on the oil, and some of it we know for sure is supposed to go to the road fund. And we also know, it has ever come in this House, that that bit of the money which is supposed to go to the road fund is not respected. A lot of times it first goes into the consolidated fund where it is allocated for any other. That bit which is supposed to go to the road fund doesn't go the way it is. Now, I am imagining, isn't it possible that if this money is not going to the road fund, can't it be part of the relief for persons who go to get fuel? If for every liter, I'm giving us an example, if for every liter we are supposed to tax 1,000, which was supposed to go to the road fund, and we know that it is not going there, why can't we say for this period that the price is high, this 1,000, which doesn't go to the road fund, we will not have it, so that maybe the pump price to the buyer is slightly low. That is what I'm thinking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kwero Geoffrey.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me also start by thanking the Minister for providing us a twin statement and close to each other so that we can compare. Mr. Speaker, when the matter of oil prices came here in a report presented by Committee of Trade, one of those issues that were identified was the gap in transportation of the fuel from Kenya to Uganda. And that the country, Uganda, was relying on the more expensive means of transporting oil products with fuel tankers on the roads. It was identified as a problem that, first of all, it was also making impact on our roads. In the same report, Mr. Speaker, it was identified that the rail transport would reduce these costs. And even the cost would reduce further if combination of rail and water were applied. Mr. Speaker, in the two reports, if you compare the first one with the second one, you find that there is a comprehensive strategy to transport the oil products in our oil industry internally to Tanzania and also to bring it here to Kampala. Mr. Speaker, this is lacking in the first report. May I seek clarification from the minister about what they are going to do in the medium term about reducing the cost of transportation of oil to this country, especially from Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I also represent a district with the most oil, Nuoya district. This Silenga project is largely in Nuoya with the most productive wells. And people have all sorts of questions. One of them is expectations that I would like the minister to clarify on. Are we going to get cheaper oil of our own than the one we are importing, or what? I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Kwero Geoffrey, you referred to the Committee on Trade, the report of the committee. One of the critical issues it was raising was also the issue of hoarding. Okay? The issue of hoarding having a very negative impact on the prices. So, Honorable Minister, we also want to know if you've handled the issue of hoarding, where these players just keep the oil and they want a windfall. And Ugandans are suffering. Rwampara, then Honorable Komakech, then Mutembri.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank the Minister for the two statements. And I want to speak to three issues. One of them is, whereas we are meant to believe that Uganda operates a liberalized downstream petroleum market, and that forces of demand and supply are the ones that determine our pump prices, I opine that it is actually not true, because these companies operate what we would term as an oligopolistic market structure, where we have elements of collusion and price fixing, either by the biggest companies or collectively together as companies. When we have this, it means we are at the mercy of these companies. So I want to commend the Honorable Minister that in your statement, you've come up with a clear, actionable strategy, price stabilization strategy that is going to engage UNOC to participate in the purchases of oil products for us to be able to stabilize the prices once in a while. My fears are like the fears of my predecessor colleagues. We pray that you come up with actionable points, timelines, so that we can have that. Some of us believe we should have had it yesterday. Without engagement of government, prices of fuel in Uganda will always skyrocket and they will be out of control. You have our total support and we are looking forward to that. On the second presentation, I want to speak to the refinery project. Ugandans are yearningly waiting to see when we extract our oil and utilize it. You mentioned that we are waiting for an announcement of the winning bidder after the expiry of the current one, and you still mentioned that the contract of the current one expired on the 23rd of June 2023. So my clarification is that when are you announcing the winning bidder? And finally, my other issue is that whereas the pump prices mentioned 5,000 for diesel, 5,400 for petrol, in the outskirts, we who come from hard-to-reach areas, our local population buys fuel from 6,000 to 8,000. How are you going to protect such customers and consumers in such areas? I thank you.
Honorable Komakech.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In the same spirit, I want to thank the able minister for the wonderful report you have presented in this August House. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a proud Ugandan. And when I traveled to Saudi Arabia, the Arabs there told me one particular thing that interested me to love Uganda more than I already did. That Uganda is a rich country. And Uganda in the 1959 used to feed them, the Arabs. Right, Honorable Speaker, in that same spirit of the wealth Uganda has, I want to read to you a list of aircrafts we have in Uganda. Uganda Airlines has 6 fleet of aircrafts. UPDF has about 12 MI.
Please, Honorable, the source.
The source is from Wikipedia and it's public knowledge.
No. You've started now listing our classified.
Right, Honorable Speaker, this is public knowledge and it's on.
Just you can submit without making Honorable Herrera uncomfortable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there are Ugandans who own private jets. And Honorable Minister, in the statement, you spoke ably about fuel price, but you forgot to mention jet oil prices. Currently, UPDF uses taxpayers' money to purchase fuel for the jets. I would be so much interested in knowing how much money as a country we are spending. Are they cheating our country in terms of the fuel prices for our jets? I request, Right Honorable Speaker, that if it pleases you, in the near future, the minister presents a statement about the prices of jet fuel in this house. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, honorable colleagues, please. Jenna wants to, I think, clarify something. Yeah. We take advantage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. I'm going to talk about fuel prices. when I watch the news, watch TV, I look around, I see the kings of the world are mobilizing for war, not for peace. And this is not about to end. It is going to continue for some time, and maybe up the time we end up burning this world. I want you to listen to this very seriously, because it is a very serious matter. As national leaders, we must watch these events with a very serious understanding. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of prices of fuel may not be able to come down very soon. In fact, time may come when we have the money, but you can't buy fuel because it won't be there. The moment the Persian Gulf is on fire and other areas, I don't think you will be able to see the fuel you're talking about. Where will this Hoima of years go? First of all, the money you're using for trying to get fuel out of Hoima is not your money. People, it is borrowed money. And when the owners say we also have problems, what are you going to say? I would look at us starting to think about, if you don't know how to ride a bicycle, you start learning on how to ride a bicycle. This is not a business as usual. This is a very different world. We are not in the 20th century.
Please, General.
We are in the 21st century.
General always look at me with kind eyes. You know.
I know. You like me. I know. We are in the 21st century, and things are very different. And as national leaders, we need to look at these things globally and be honest to ourselves and our country. Otherwise, you are going to hang some of these colleagues of ours, ministers, for no good reason. Some of the things are over and above their control. So I wanted to give that clarity, but things are not good. And then they are not about to improve. This world is about to burn.
Now, honorable colleagues, General has concluded as a general. If he had concluded directly, he has to conclude in tongues. Then you go and you think about it. What he has told us is really, if you're watching global events, he has given a word of caution. As leaders, we have to look far. So, Honorable Minister, we shall wait for a signal to look far, and where you're taking us, we shall support you. Okay? Yes. I had allowed now, Honorable Panado, Uganda, why are you uncomfortable? You see, in this house, we don't do this. When you want to speak, you stand. Hey, when you do this, it might end up being an abuse to the minister. You know, hey, please, here when you want to speak, you stand.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
for allowing me to stand.
On standing, you don't need my permission, but continue.
Thank you very much. Madam Minister, thank you very much for the statement. But when the consumer listens to your statement, one can easily think that the kind of life we are living in East Africa is almost the same, because you compared petrol prices in Kenya, in Tanzania, and Uganda, but you didn't compare the prices of essential commodities. Yes, it is also important because the price of fuel affects the prices of other commodities. It is also important to compare both, so that when we find a difference, we come up with a solution so that our local people are also able to survive. Because as I speak, we have Ugandans who cannot afford a piece of soap. They can spend 6 months without washing clothes, without washing dishes, because they don't have money. We have those people, yes. We have those people in Uganda who are still suffering. They cannot afford the price of soap, the price of sugar and everything. So if we try to compare prices of fuel with prices of other essential commodities, there we can be able to see whether we are living a similar kind of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe for my macroeconomists like Max, I think the issue would be the contribution of fuel prices, escalating fuel prices to inflation. Okay? To inflation. No, honorable colleagues, let's continue. Honorable Mutembli, we conclude with the court.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also join colleagues in thanking the Minister for the statement. I do support the creation of monopoly for UNOC. However, reading the statement, I want the Minister to relate the two. At first, you say that Uganda is operating a liberalized economy. And then later, we are creating a monopoly. Perhaps you explain to us further as to how the two will work. And then two, you're saying you want to have an amendment to the Petroleum Supply Act. I remember the last time we're inviting you to regulate the fuel prices, you said you had no power under the law. And I'm saying, can we now take advantage of this amendment so that we create a closer provision in the Petroleum Supply Act that will mandate either the minister or the authority in certain circumstances, for instance, where there is hoarding, that the minister can come in and regulate the fuel prices? Because last time you said you have no powers under the law. Now that you're intending to amend this particular act, can't we have that as also part of the amendment so that in the future, if we have such a situation where there is hoarding and so on, as a minister, you can come in and regulate the prices? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Court.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the two statements. I'll reduce my submission to statement on the oil and gas sector. Honorable Speaker, yesterday the Youth Forum of this Parliament held a successful Youth Business Summit that was presided over by the President of this country. It was very clear from that business forum that the gravest contemporary challenge of the young Ugandans now is unemployment. And over the years, the oil and gas sector has been positioned as the sector that will save Ugandans of this disease of unemployment. Right Honorable Speaker, I understand that we have a raft of plans for local content development and capacity building in the oil and gas sector to ensure that Ugandans benefit. It is also very clear, Right Honorable Speaker, that local content in the oil and gas sector is fundamentally about building a sustainable future for our nation. My question to the Minister is that since we are talking about the status of the oil and gas sector, what is the status of the local content development and capacity building of Ugandans, not only for lower cadre jobs in the oil and gas sector, but also the senior cadre jobs? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think you can try to summarize the issues of 20 people. Issues are many, so try to summarize.
First of all, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for your submission. You've improved my statements. The first statement was on the rising prices of fuel in Uganda. And Right Honorable Speaker, I concentrated on the causes of the rising prices and what government is doing. And what government is doing is that we realize that we do not have a law that will allow the minister or a government company to come in and mitigate the problem. In summary, I am saying that the law I am bringing, which is going to be a bill amending the Petroleum Supply Act of 2003, which Cabinet has passed this Monday. And Right Honorable Speaker, you also raised the concern about timelines, that you will be going for recess, and yet we've given a deadline of January 2024 to Kenyan government, because the president sent me to talk to President Ruto about this new policy directive. And we want UNOC to be able to nominate so that beginning January, we will not be going through the government, the Kenyan system of G2G, government to government, where they have committed us to take the products at whatever cost. So we want to run away from that. And therefore I want to plead that all the questions that have been raised regarding that act, that amendment bill, which I'm bringing, be reserved and wait until the bill is put before Parliament, first reading, and then the committee, and then we discuss the report. So I would like to beg that I am saved out of that, and given that we don't have time.
No, the rules don't even allow us, Honorable Minister. Rule 80.
Exactly. Yeah. Then that leaves me with the second statement, where generally speaking, first of all, members are concerned about the shifting time frames. You talked about 2023 to see first oil. Then you talked about May 2025. Now you are talking about end of 2025. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I think let's focus on the factors that make us give different timelines. They are anticipated factors. You are all aware of the bad campaign against fossil fuel development that has been going around in the world. And we have been countering, and I'm happy to note that the world is now calm. And we are moving on with our developments upstream, midstream, and downstream. They are financing institutions that announce that they are not going to put any money, they are not going to finance anything to do with fossil fuel development. They are there. So we had to move around to make sure that, first of all, we tell the world that it is unfair and unjust to think that Uganda will move with the rest of the world on energy transition. Because we are not starting from the same point. We are starting from darkness. They are starting from this light. We don't have even light. So to tell Uganda not to develop our petroleum resources is unjust. The world has had that. And God is the fairest. The world is suffering now insecurity of gas in America, in Europe, and they've gone back to using coal. Where is the audacity you have to tell Uganda not to develop our petroleum resources? So those are the factors that have made us to delay on announcement of the final investment decision. So we anticipate that if we get the FID announced for midstream, we will be able to fast track these infrastructures. And also there is a colleague who asked about funding. I think was the first person to ask a question, Honorable Seko. And his question was pertinent. The funding of ECOP, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, has faced challenges because of the NGOs and civil society organizations that have been decampaigning the development. So these are the factors that are making us to shift the deadlines. But as I speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, as I've told you, upstream development is going on very well. And I wouldn't like my colleague to fear that because we have 457 wells to drill, only 11, 8 from Tilenga and 3 from Kingfisher. No, the drilling started this year. And the good thing is that those who are in charge of drilling, they are shareholders together with government. So those who are in charge of ECOP, we are also shareholders. So we are in it together. And the financing is based on 60 to 40, equity and debt. We can't run away from debt. So I want to stand here and promise that if we are to go by the current situation, we are sure that by 2025, the wells will have been reached. And there's no way you can pull out crude oil when there is no storage for it. The central processing facilities are within the developers. Tilenga has one, Kingfisher has one. They know that it is important to drill, but when you are ready that, the primary processing will be done. So this is not about the neighbor helping you. You are the one in it. So I am not scared, Right Honorable Speaker. I know that these developers will make sure that both programs, central processing and then the drilling itself, are in tandem. What about the airport? I want to thank you, colleague, who raised the issue of the airport. It was an omission, and it is important that this airport, that the development or progress of the airport is brought out. This infrastructure is developed by the Ministry of Works, but I've been following. I know that it's at 95% complete. And when you come down on the ground, you'll be able to see it. Right Honorable. I don't know. Okay, the e-mobility. You are right, Right Honorable Speaker, to always remind us in the ministry that as we drill our petroleum, we are abreast with the fact that the world is moving towards e-mobility. We are aware, and we know that there are critical minerals which facilitate e-mobility to make batteries and the rest. That's why we've come with laws to ban exportation of unprocessed minerals. We have piloted on this. We have border borders, which are electric border borders. And we have a filling station in Busega, in Kampala, where these border borders are filling. And we are also planning to see how we can help the refugees to also reduce on the fuel, the borders which use diesel, because refugees are in queer situation and they sell diesel in bottles. So we want to see how the World Bank project can help us to do that. So we are trying to align ourselves with the e-mobility. And you know what Chira Motors has done. And so in the nearest future, we will first of all enhance the policy so that we don't let people again suffer. You remove the borders which use fossil fuel, yet you are not ready with the e-mobility. I try to summarize, but I promise that where I have been found not to have given information like on the local content, it is a wide thing to give you information on how many Ugandans have gotten the jobs, how much are we expecting. I have written down all the questions. I'll be able to pluck out where I've not given information so that I continue interacting with my people. I want to end by thanking you so much for your support, colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, when you get ready, I think you need to go back, you sit with your technical people on the issue of e-mobility. You come, we discuss it separately. Because the biggest issue with e-mobility is charging stations. Leave alone minerals, leave alone what, and we shouldn't reduce it to borders. Private cars. Because now I've seen Mercedes, I think Toyota, they are saying they are stopping producing oil consumptive vehicles by 2030. Okay? So by 2030. So meaning, no, but by the what is so interesting, oil, the issues, I've read some very interesting report. You should never be scared about oil for driving. That's a very, very small portion of oil. Oil is used for very many other things, is needed for very many other things. Okay, so that one, that one is not a big issue, but the issue is charging stations. I don't know what we can do about it. We are about, the word is about stop manufacturing vehicles that use oil and gas. And the penalties are so huge. The penalties are so huge, whereby car manufacturing companies, they are going to be looking at their carbon footprint, and most of it is on the vehicle they are producing. So you need to ask your people, what are we doing about, if you put up charging stations, or if we could guide Ugandans, because in many countries, for example, Honorable Minister, nearly every shopping mall, people you've been traveling, nearly every shopping mall has charging station. As people are shopping, the car is charging for free. Churches, schools, all public places. And then even in people's homes, people are putting, but now people are still scared. What would be the cost of a charging station? For how long would it charge? If I reach in Masaka, would I need to charge again? If I go to Mitoma, will I charge again? So you need to look at it deeply, so that we first address the issue of the low-hanging fruit in terms of e-mobility, and then electric cars will start coming in. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And I'll give you space anytime you feel ready on that. Thank you. Colleagues, the next item we have on the order paper, I've discussed with the Honorable Wanda, Richard. There are some consultations we need to make on it, and I will need to hold the meeting between the minister and the movers. We first address a few things which came in today, and then we shall determine on how to handle this petition later. Honorable Minister, I forwarded that petition to you. I need some response by Monday, so that on Tuesday we can hold that critical meeting to address the salient issues, and then we move forward. Thank you. So we move to item number 6.
Item number 6, motion for resolution of Parliament to adopt the recommendations contained in the Auditor General's report for the financial year ended 30th June 2022.
Now, Honorable Commissioner, before you come, I've received a notification from Honorable Christie that they have finished one report which they have ready. But I made an announcement the other week. Colleagues, the constitution is very clear. We must adopt accountability committee reports, Auditor General's reports, within 6 months. We are already behind schedule. It's mandatory. We don't have a negotiation. We don't have room for flexibility. Now, we have gone ahead. We sorted COSASE. We sorted Park Central or pending reports so that the Minister of Finance is able now to go and take action. Our partners are telling finance, no, why aren't you taking action on Auditor General's reports? Finance says, no, there is no action I can take before Parliament adopts as per the law. So we are the ones being blamed. That's why in tennis Parliament, that practice started, where we adopt so that finance is able to go and process treasury memorandums, which are action taken reports. Now, the report which I've been told is ready, I don't know about it, because when a report is not yet with the speaker, okay, it cannot be presented. Number two, I don't know, the report might be recommending that you remove me from my seat. So I can't preside over a report I haven't read, for which I'm, I can never. Colleagues, if you've been watching me, I come to Parliament usually around 11 midday. Reason being, I stay somewhere to read. When I reach, I don't read. So I can't preside over a document I've not read. So I want to thank you, Honorable Christine, but maybe you wanted to say something?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your observation. I'm aware that you gave guidance to all the accountability committees. And Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, as a member of the committee, and also having looked at the findings from both the committee meetings and the field, we feel it critical to present a few of these recommendations. I want to beg on behalf of the Chair, Park Local Government, that you give us just 10 minutes to make a summary of this report.
Let me guide on a report. When a report is done, you submit it to the clerk so that we first recognize it as a report that has been submitted by a committee. Then I get a copy, I read through. If there are issues, I guide. Okay? Now the report, the clerk does not know about it. So there is no way I can accept a report on the floor. And by the way, chairpersons, if you didn't know the powers of the clerk, if you don't produce, if the report is not done with the clerk, that report can never come in. That's what the rules are very, very clear. Okay? So now the clerk doesn't know about it. I can't start bringing items here and we go into situation. But I'm meeting chairpersons of accountability committees on Tuesday to look through these issues that are done. And then I also guided, when you are processing Auditor General's reports, I've had the field. I don't know what an accountability committee is doing in a field. That's a sectoral committee which does oversight. An accountability committee does not go to the field. You're not auditors. An accountability committee, when you receive the Auditor General's report, you should invite the accounting officer, okay? After inviting the accounting officer, you look at the management letter, you look at the exit, at the exit meeting report, and you see whether the Auditor General left behind critical issues. Now, if you want to go and start a new audit, okay? Then that's why you don't finish, you're getting it wrong. You don't have that expertise and time. That's why we have a government Auditor General. And Honorable Nangor has been guiding very well on this. So please, I'll meet you and I guide you. I have also told the clerk to Parliament to get the audit book and ensure all members receive copies of the audit book so that we know where we stop when we are handling reports of the Auditor General. Otherwise, Parliament will never finish our work. Shall be here and there and will remain in between. I also wanted to guide. I had promised that I will guide on the issue of handling treasury memoranda. Now, a treasury memoranda is the final stage of the auditing cycle, according to the Audit Act. So the moment it goes back to the Auditor General, then you've closed the auditing. And I think it was in the 9th Parliament or 10th Parliament, when Parliament was stuck because the law, the PFMA was only saying it goes to Parliament, but the handling process. So that's when Parliament says it's brought to Parliament, and then the Speaker refers it to the Auditor General. But now, when I was reading the law last night, I tried to look when the law is not clear, you also go to the intention. You start going deep. I said, you mean there is anyone who did the law that reports, Auditor General's reports should be adopted within 6 months. And then the accountability committee sit idle for another 6 months? That's what it would mean. The current law, the way it is. So I have instructed the clerk to assess it with our legal team and the Auditor General, and we see if the handling of the treasury memoranda would include returning it to the committee that made recommendation to see whether its recommendations were implemented, and then from there for around 30 days, from there then it's sent to the Auditor General to conclude the auditing cycle. So I will give a concrete guidance on Tuesday after that, because I was getting many members saying, so for 6 months, are we going to be idle? You can't be idle because you have sector committees, but also as a committee, we need to look at your work. And on Tuesday, I wanted to consult widely so that we get a very clear guidance. Whether it means amending rules, we shall look into it. But on Tuesday, I'll give a full guidance. Thank you. Commissioner?
Right Honourable Speaker, I move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to adopt the recommendations contained in the Auditor General's report for the financial year that ended 30th June 2022. This motion is moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Whereas the Auditor General is required by Article 163(3) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and Section 13(1) of the National Audit Act, 2008, to audit and report on public accounts of Uganda and of all the public officers, including courts, central government, local government administration, universities, public institutions, like nature or any other public corporations or other bodies established by an act of Parliament. And whereas the Auditor General, in accordance with Article 163(4) of the Constitution and Section 19(3) of the National Audit Act 2008, submitted to Parliament the report of the financial year 2021-2022, and the same was presented to Parliament on the 19th of January 2023. Aware that Article 163(5) of the Constitution and Section 19(4) of the National Audit Act 208 requires Parliament to debate, consider the report of the Auditor General and take appropriate action within 6 months after submission of the report. Acknowledging the need to consider the reports of the Auditor General within the prescribed time to ensure timely preparation of the Treasury Memoranda and timely implementation of recommendations of Parliament. Now, therefore, Parliament, in accordance with Article 163(5) of the Constitution and Section 19(4) of the National Audit Act 2008, resolves to adopt the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect to the following local government entities. Entities under Public Accounts Committee, local government. Mbale District Local Government, Mbale City, Namisindwa District Local Government, Manafa District Local Government, Bulambuli District Local Government, Chibuku District Local Government, Tororo District Local Government, Sironko District Local Government, Budaka District Local Government, Busia District Local Government, Busia Municipal Council, Buteleja District Local Government, Kapchorwa District Local Government, Kapchorwa Municipal Council, Queen District Local Government, Tororo Municipal Council, Bukwo District Local Government, Palisa District Local Government, Bududa District Local Government, Soroti District Local Government, Soroti City, Amolata District Local Government, Kaberamaido District Local Government, Kalaki District Local Government, Serere District Local Government, Amuria District Local Government, Dokolo District Local Government, Bukedeya District Local Government, Katakwi District Local Government, Kapelabiong Local Government, District Local Government, Otuke Local Government, Kumi Municipal Council, Kumi District, Ngora, Nabelatuk, Nakapiripirit, all district local governments, Karenga, Kotido Municipal Council, Amudat District Local Government, Kabong, Moroto, and Moroto Municipal Council, Abim District Local Government, Napak District Local Government, Kamuli, and Kamuli Municipal Council, Iganga District Local Government, Iganga Municipal Council, Jinja District Local Government, Jinja City, Northern Division, Jinja City, Southern Division, Jinja City, Kaliro District Local Government, Buyende District Local Government, Mayuge District Local Government, Bujiri District Local Government, Bujiri Municipal Council, Namayingo District Local Government, Namutumba District Local Government, Njeru Municipal Council, Lugazi Municipal Council, Luuka District Local Government, Bugweri District Local Government, Buyikwe District Local Government, Mukono District Local Government, Mukono Municipal Council, Wakiso District Local Government, Nansana Municipal Council, Makindye Sabagabo Municipal Council, Chira Municipal Council, Mpiji District Local Government, Nakaseke District Local Government, Luwero District Local Government, Mitiana District Local Government, Mitiana Municipal Council, Buvuma District Local Government, Entebbe Municipal Council, Butambala District Local Government, Kayunga District Local Government, Nakasongola District Local Government, Masaka Local Government, Masaka City, Kimanya Kobonera City Division, Kabonera City Division, Nyendo Mukungwe City Division in Masaka, Kalungu District Local Government, Gomba District Local Government, Kasanda District Local Government, Yatonde District Local Government, Kalangala District Local Government, Bukomansimbi District Local Government, Sembabule District Local Government, Mubende District Local Government, Mubende Municipal Council, Rakai District Local Government, Luengo District Local Government, and Chotera District Local Government. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, if you checked on the order paper, we are talking of the financial year ending 2023, but it is 2022 for the record to be put clear. Is the motion seconded? Thank you. Honorable Bay, Honorable Mushemeza, Rampara, Honorable Sylvia Kamwenge, Honorable Sechans, Honorable Komakech, Honorable Emmanuel Okabe, Honorable Tessa, UPDF, Zijan, Wanda, Chemtai, Didi, near, oh yeah. Jovans is here, Honorable colleagues. Honorable Jovans, welcome back. Thank you. Yes. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Sirwanyi last week presented the same motion. Okay, we have adopted 2 motions of this kind, and the arguments are all the same. Yeah, really. Never quiz there. There's something you wanted to say.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, this parliament should promote good governance where people are supposed to do what they are supposed to do. And the failure to do something should attract some sanctions. Why would you be a chairperson, a leader in a committee, and you don't comply to the constitution and the rules of procedure? So it is not good to pass without some sanctions. Because to be a culture, we are going to have a culture where people will not do their work. And we come and pass these things omnibus. For someone to receive reports and you are supposed to process in 6 months, and you don't do the work, there must be a reason. So for us to accept what the commissioner is saying, he should justify, he should qualify why we should pass them omnibus. Because the law requires that these things be processed in a committee under Article 90 of the Constitution. Parliament passes through the committees. So are we not doing a disservice to some of these things? So I would think, Mr. Right Honorable Speaker, in a good spirit, of course, we are going to beat the law, 6 months, but what are the reasons why these papers have not performed? So I will oppose the motion, subject to being given a reason, justification for us to pass these things omnibus, because we are acting unconstitutionally. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, Honorable Taringa, let me listen to you as
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. These accountability reports, the reports of the Auditor General, once they are written, some in the technical language are adverse, meaning that those entities have performed very poorly, especially in handling money. Now, when we pass them here omnibus without scrutinizing them, it means we have said, you misused the money, let's go. There should be, as my colleague says, reasons to justify why the reports are kept, and we who are on the accountability committees will be judged as if we were non-performers. So would like justification for this. We pass them, but with justification.
The justification is simple. If you want to be judged as non-performers, I can tell you, you are. No, as accountability committee, because the law is very clear. Article 163, okay? Article 163, clause 5 of the Constitution says within shall. Yes, shall. And you know here, if a committee you fail on your work, we handle it on plenary. Otherwise, committees would hold resolutions of committees are not resolutions of parliament. They are proposals to the plenary. Okay, resolutions are done by the plenary. Please, Honorable Kwizera, please. Resolution is what we adopt here. That's number one. Number two, the reason behind that is that Ministry of Finance is now able to go and take action. The civils are still enjoying. So, but once you adopt here, now they will go and start taking action and report, because the Treasury Memoranda is a report of action taken. Okay? So when Baz is saying we have now, they concluded that you stole, therefore we say go, no. No, now we have said go and take action and report back within 6 months, as per the law. Okay? The other issue, honorable colleagues, I'm going to meet the committee chairperson with ROP. Today I had a meeting with ROP and we agreed we meet. They have changed the style of work. For example, you can do subcommittees. It's not a chairman that a chairman must chair meetings. Because it's accountability, Someone said, no, 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 no. The law says it's the opposition alone which can chair. Honorable Angura, Honorable Nandara, during Honorable Nandara's time, Honorable Angura chaired more meetings than even, and the work was good because these are clear issues of accountability. So if we can't trust each other, then we'd be saying, because it is chaired by NRM, he will cover for the, no. It is the majority of people who sign these reports are NRM. Otherwise, they would sign reports against the decisions of the other people. So, honorable colleagues, we handled this matter. We've done 2 motions of this nature. It's not different. The issues are the same. And I'll put the question that the motion for resolution of Parliament to adopt the recommendations contained in the Auditor General's report for the financial year ended 30th June 2022 be adopted. Those in favor, sign to the contrary. The ayes have it. Minister of Finance, please bring the Treasury memorandum. Thank you so much, Commissioner. You've done a great job. I'll be giving more guidance on this issue because there are very many issues I've seen. We have been, we're exposing Parliament to a lot of litigation, holding press conferences when you're still investigating, and at press conferences you conclude, you're giving grounds for judicial review. Very easy. And then, after doing all that, recommendations come when they are 0. Very weak. Then I compare recommendations to the torture, to the harassment you gave some people. I said, but they don't match. They don't speak to each other. Next item.
Item number 7, presentation of action taken reports pursuant to Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure. 7.1 on the report of the Select Committee on the state of affairs of the National Social Security Fund.
Honourable Minister for Gender.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the parliamentary resolution had 4 components under action. It had areas for IGG, 2 for Auditor General, 3 those referred to DPP, 4 those referred to Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Right Honourable Speaker, IGG has released partial findings. They have requested that they be given time to undertake some of the parliamentary resolution on lifestyle audit and other related aspects because they only handled 2 of the resolution of Parliament. The Auditor General has indicated to me that they have not yet concluded any of the issues, the resolution from Parliament, and their work is ongoing. The DPP has indicated to me that the matters that are referred to them by Parliament is still under investigation by CID. Ministry of Finance has written, and I'm in the receipt of their letter, asking NSSF to undertake implementation of the issues under Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Gender is coordinating the MDS, but most of the issues that were referred to my ministry were addressed in the IGG partial report. Due to the fact that the 4 or 5 action taken are all incomplete, I request that you give me time so that I am able to coordinate within a time frame and be able to undertake that all the MDS are able to bring the action taken report so that I'm able to bring a comprehensive report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, please, you're backing at the presiding office. You say procedure. That's the backing. Please. So, Honourable Minister, next time it will be better. Such an update when it's written. I was kind enough. You get it? Yeah. An update of that kind is written. So next time ensure it is written. And of course we have to handle comprehensively. Yeah, but like issues to do with the DPP, you know, of course we can't direct the DPP. Under the Constitution, we don't have that power. So the issues of the DPP, we will not wait for them. You handle the other three, and then you update the House. And it's very, very critical. Let's ensure that we conclude on that. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2 p.m. Tuesday next week, 2 p.m.